and hotties. Everybody gotta get down. Hey!
Yeah. Come on, here we go. Make it funky. Woo. Come on, right here, break it down now. Come on. Make it funky.
and hotties. Everybody gotta get down. Hey!
Yeah. Come on, here we go. Make it funky. Woo. Come on, right here, break it down now. Come on. Make it funky. right here. Break it down now. Come on.
Final moments to make a clutch like that happen in the grand finals. It is not easy, ladies and gentlemen.
Pops their head up. Whoa, look at that, the double. Can we get another one? Something. Here they go. They're going to send in one of their McLarens right on over with the run.
Welcome everybody to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Spring Finals here in 2022. I'm your host, Hot Jukes, and I am ready for some action today. I hope you guys are as well. Of course, I couldn't do this without my amazing analysts, none other than the 7 Worlds Gaming and Glitter Explosion. Dude, y'all guys are looking good today. You guys ready?
Oh yeah.
We're ready. We're ready, Glitter.
Last day. So much on the line.
Oh man, so much is on the line here today. I mean, literally, we're gonna see some teams complete their dreams and move on to Americas, and some squads, that is gonna be it for this half of the year. Of course, guys, you gotta make sure that you're following all the socials. As always, the PUBG Mobile Esports NA Twitter, join the Discord, subscribe to the YouTube, get it done. And of course, anytime you're chatting, make sure you use that hashtag PMPL so we can see what you're talking about. And there has been a lot to talk about so far in this tournament. Squads that we thought were going to absolutely run over everybody had a little bit of trouble. Some teams that we expected more out of as well struggled, but we saw some surprises as well. And you know what? This is what the prize pool is going to be. This is what is on the line here today. First place, $15,000. Second place, $9,000. Then it goes all the way down the line, and of course, $1,000 for today, or for the the finals MVP here. So one player gonna put an extra grand in their pocket. And my question is, 7, if you get MVP, you sharing that 1,000?
With who?
No.
What do you mean by sharing the 1,000? Money, my pocket. Get your other money.
Yeah, a real team player. I love to hear that right there. Of course, guys, this is how we get it done here. Still so much here to talk about. Of course, let's go ahead and take a look at the overall leaderboard so we can see exactly where all these squads are setting up here. And XSET, really, the defending champions are crushing it. They have one nice buffer here. Looking here, Glitter.
Yeah, honestly, XSET's in a fantastic position going into today. They have a little bit of wiggle room, a little bit of freedom. They definitely want to maintain first place, right? Because of the prize, right? They want the extra cash. But as far as being in top 5, they are pretty dang secured because as we move down, let's just see the drop off to second place into Nova. And then there's even another drop off then to Mezexis. And then this is where things start to get a little bit sketchy, okay? Because you've got Knights at 111, Born Protocol 2 points behind that, WallStreetBets only 7 behind that, Chosen then 1 point behind that. Even Lazarus is technically within striking distance of that top 5 spot because we've seen 30+ point chicken dinners out of multiple teams this season so far. So it's still anybody's game as we take a look at the second page here. And don't forget, obviously, all these spots will be getting paid out, but it is the top 5 after everything is said and done. I mean, I guess some people could make an argument for HQA as well, but the top 5 is what matters in the long run, because top 5 are the teams that will qualify to move on into Americas, and NA is the last region to fill those slots. They've already qualified through from Brazil, Latin America, so this is who they're going to be going up against, and it's already pretty stacked here, Jukes.
Absolutely. I mean, so many of those squads we recognized before, especially, Alpha 7 Esports there at the bottom, Loops, Mezexis, Baluk Chapdan, Aton. These are all squads that we've seen casted with, and a lot of these, a lot of players that are playing here in the PMPL have played against these teams, and they want to be able to do it again, but you're not going to be able to unless you're in that top 5. So it's going to be interesting to see here today because, you know, like pretty much for the bottom squads, almost all hope is lost. Like they have to go nuts today beyond belief every single game. And the thing is, what could they do to these squads on top, right? Like, I think at some point they're gonna have to start hunting them down, right? It's gonna be pretty crazy to see here. But of course, let's take a look at the map performance so we can see exactly how all the top squads performed. And it's XSET and WallStreetBets still holding that Sanhok title, Glitter.
Yeah, this was important for us to look at. One, because it's highlighting XSET's consistency, which was a big question for some people on the desks. 7. We're seeing that. They still have the best stats for Miramar and Erangel. We're seeing them up here twice, which is just, that's impressive across the board for this squad. And on the flip side of things, someone who didn't perform as well yesterday and who wasn't as consistent, WallStreetBets is still holding on to the best on Sanhok. And if you missed it or if you just forgot, on the first day of finals, they were able to get 2 chicken dinners, both of them being on Sanhok, which is why these stats are so solid. However, they are one of those teams that is more than capable of getting into top 5 with one solid performance. And if they can repeat their Sanhok performance, then Jukes, WallStreetBets could potentially be ousting Boring Protocol or even the Knights.
Could be. I think it's a little unlikely, though. I mean, to be able for them to do what they did in that first day Sanhok was something really special. A lot had to go right, and it's very difficult for any team to perform consistently on Sanhok. So I think they have to take that day, you know, in handiness and not bet on that today. I think they got to start getting it done all over the place if WallStreetBets wants to have success. That's my opinion. Of course, you know, we'll hear what the desk has to say a little bit more about that in a bit. But, you know, before we get into that, there is a massive battle for first place, right? And I think we have 3 squads that we definitely want to kind of compare right here, right? It's got to be XSET, Nova, and the Knights, 7.
Yeah, I mean, we have to go with XSET, the defending champions, and right now they're looking that like they're going to be able to take that championship unless we see Nova. I mean, and we look at the stats from Nova, 954 damage, 4.5 ilms. Their placement, though, with Nova has been super consistent. So if we can maybe see Nova take advantage of when XSET has a bad game, we can see that 33-point gap between first place and second place close a big time. Now, let's go to the Knights. The Knights, this is a team that you guys heard us talking about pretty much the whole season that you've been here with us. You heard us about even Hot Jukes questions of maybe, you know what, they might throw a little bit here towards the end, but they're being there, they're maintaining themselves, they're currently in 4th place. And if we look at some of the player stats, I mean, it honestly comes down to just a big duo for the Knights. 25 ilms out of Coops. Then you also have 17 ilms out of Xenox. And today, what I'm going to be looking at with the Knights, I want to see some big step-ups in regards to performance when it comes to Tensa, which only has 9 ilms in this past 2 days of the finals. And then when we go to Chico, you heard me talking about him before. You heard me praising him on the last day of the Super Weekend. But Chico has just been non-existent, at least in regards to ilms when it comes to this finals. He's only been able to put up 7 ilms. And if we switch it now back to XSET, that's why they have been performing so well. It's not just Kill Switch now. It's also Jay. It's also J7 too. Like, there's just so many. Apollo G, we also got a chance to see him perform. The interest in this team has improved big time. And we go to Nova, last but not least, we saw QC being able to clutch up a finish yesterday. We saw QC being able to improve his average survival time. So it's going to be really interesting what's going to be happening between these 3 teams.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, a lot of expectations were with the Knights, period. I mean, they were the only team in league stage out of all PMPLs, all regions, to make more than 600 points. So I think we were expecting them to just run away with this thing, but it's the defending champs XSET. I mean, literally, all they have to do is what they've been doing, and they should walk away with that first place. But you know, the Knights are hungry, and Nova as well. So I'm expecting to see some good things out of them today. You know, now we move on over. I think we've talked about a lot about teams. I think it's time to talk about individual players, right? Why don't we take a look at the top 7 players from the finals here in the PMPL for day 1 and day 2, and look at these numbers, 7.
And just no surprise. I mean, you just heard me talk about the stats there from Coops. 5,100 damage, 25 elements, kill switch too. He has been a really great consistent player, especially for the past 2 weeks for this XSET team. And one of the biggest surprise I feel like we have seen here is going to be Remix out of Mezexis. This is a player that came out of nowhere yesterday is when we finally started to see those numbers pop up. And him being able to become a clutch player for that team. And I think that's why Mezexis is also currently sitting in that 3rd place. Remix with the 4,200 damage, 22 elements. And then we go down. I was mentioning in regards to some of the other players from XSET, Jayway, you're able to see him right there, being able to put up 19 elements. You go down even more, you see Polo G with those 20 elements. And now what's interesting here with the contender team and the team that's currently in 5th place, by the way, QC, I'll get a chance. I already talked about you. Acer from Boring Protocol. We're used to seeing Spec. If I remember correctly, yesterday you said that Carnage told you Spec had a bad day 1. We don't expect him to have a bad day 2. I can't remember at the top of my head what his stats were like, but I'm actually surprised to see that is Acer here within the top 7. And if Spec can also back up that performance with the way Acer's been performing, I'm telling you, this is going to be a very, very intense finish.
Ooh, intensity. Let me make a correction when you said, right? He said exactly, word for word, it is impossible for a player of his caliber to have 2 bad days in a row, okay? So, I mean, he had a bad day the first day, good solid day on the second, right? Hopefully we see the continuing of that goodness from Spec here in day number 3. But I think it's huge, like you mentioned, for Acer to finally really step up for this squad. I mean, we need to see that duo. We knew what he could do, right?
I was going to say, not just that. I mean, at the end of the day, we saw Carnage being able to perform really well, too. Like, remember, like, we just saw literally Carnage, Carnage, Carnage. So it's going to be interesting what kind of Boring Protocol team we're going to be getting here today.
Love to see Papa Carnage. Hopefully he comes in strong. You know, he wants it bad. And you know what? I want to see which teams that we decided to take a look at are going to succeed here in this tournament so far. So this is the last day here, last day of the finals. This is all the analysts and casters teams to watch. And I got to go with the Knights here. You know, I mean, they're the top squad that we've expected to do and perform well. I know that they're hungry. It's a matter of pride for them. I want to see if they're going to be able to clutch a 1st place win, but they got a lot of work ahead of them. But I see 7 and Glitter on the WallStreetBets train.
That's right. No Nova from Glitter this time. We decided to join Powers fusion thing. And I mean, WallStreetBets currently 6th place, 7 points behind 5th place. We have hyped up this team so much. One of the best improvements out of NA Glitter. I'm really hoping WallStreetBets can perform really well today. Start off hot and don't start slow like they did yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. I know that, you know, you have a little bit less faith in them on their Sanhok map, Jukes, but I think that they are good at taking advantage of some of that chaos. And like you said, if they can then pick up their performance across the other 2 maps, I think that they're going to be very much a contender for that top 5. And then it's just down to the Boring Protocols and your pick, the Knights. And I might even give you the Boring Protocol pick as well because you picked them before. Those are the 2 that have to watch out for WallStreetBets to get back up on them.
Yeah, I think without a doubt. I think we all have multiple teams that we were going to be wanting to watch. You know, we had to only just choose one. You know, so I mean, Boring Protocol is obviously another one that I'm going to be keeping a close eye on there. But I'm interested to see if you're right here, Glitter, because you know what? One thing that this game has taught me: you can't control Papa Blue. And Sanhok, Papa Blue is vicious, you know. Well, unless maybe you're Nova, right? The healing kind of works pretty well, right? Yeah, that's true. That's true. So now let's take a look at the schedule so we can see what maps we're playing. And, you know, of course, when we're talking about Sanhok, we're starting off with it, baby. We're starting off in the jungle. Double Sanhok today, double Miramar, and then we're finishing off with double Erangel. 7, man. This I know you love this schedule.
Final.
Yeah, final day Sanhok madness right off the bat, and I'm just trying to think which team is more than likely gonna pop off here on this first Sanhok. The first day, we have WallStreetBets, right? The second day on the first Sanhok, we got a chance to see what Boring Protocol was all about. And then Nova, remember, Nova was also able to get a chicken dinner yesterday in Sanhok. If for some reason, and as we're looking at the map performance here, if for some reason XSET has a bad day, Glitter, I feel like Nova can take advantage of it, and then we'll get an even closer 1-place finish.
Yeah, I'm ready for the gaps that exist on our overall leaderboard to be closed by these teams. Okay, I want it to be back and forth. I want it down to the last match of the day. Nail biter. I hope everybody in chat has their popcorn ready. I hope you have your Monster Energy ready because it's going to be a good day.
Oh yes, it is. I gotta ask you this question, right? Well, if teams want to pass XSET, right, for that first place, they're going to have to either hope XSET has a bad day, like you mentioned, but they've been going off lately, or they have to force a bad day out of XSET, right? Yeah. So, Glitter, which teams do you think, right, have the grapes, right, to go after XSET here with so much on the line?
Boring Protocol.
I think Boring Protocol does, Seven, but I'm not going to lie. I also think the Knights, even though they're in such a precarious situation, I also think that they could potentially be one of those teams.
Now, the reason why I say Boring Protocol is because
of their drop
that we saw. Yep, it's something that we saw the whole tournament, and it was that hot drop in Sanhok. They haven't done it in a while in boot camp, but if they want to, they know where they can meet. They know where, and it's always been a bit of a 50-50, right? Until one team just decided, you know what, you can have it. So it'll be interesting. They know where they've been landing too. I am looking forward though tonight and not getting caught in rotations. We saw that happening a lot yesterday, especially when we went into Sanhok. We saw them being pretty much baited by XSET. They didn't go with XSET. They decided to go another way and got caught on their rotation. So hopefully they'll be able to adjust to that today.
So you know what, Seven, I'm going to put you in a hypothetical, right? Let's say that you are the coach of Boring Protocol. With their position, do they hot drop? Would you say yes or no?
No.
No, right? It's too risky. So much on the line. This first game is going to be insane, and it's time for it. Let's get it going. Thank you so much, Seven. Thank you so much, Glitter. Let's go ahead and bring in our casters for the first Sanhok of today, the last day of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Spring 2022 Finals. And we're going to start off with our amazing casters, none other than Zute and Necro. Y'all, take it away.
All right, thank you, Jukes. Man, Necro, this is it. The final day when things are gonna get even crazier. Necro, we're starting this off on Sanhok. We heard the devs talk about it. Might be some hot drops, there might be some crazy action, but man, I am ready to see what happens today.
Well, my eyes are on the Chosen. I told you, you asked me, which could be one of those teams that can just be, you know, surprising us, and I called it on the day of it. I think so. The Chosen might just be one. Currently sitting on 7th spot, and they also have 102 points. Oh, 101 points. Only 1 point shy from WallStreetBets, so I do want to see what the Chosen's got. And I feel like Chosen, they have a pretty okay Sanhok game, so even if they do get a little bit of points over here in Sanhok, that's going to help them quite a lot to boost for the rest of the games.
All I gotta say is back to the roots, man. Like, I went with the Chosen also. This was the team that I picked in the very beginning. The very first team that I picked when we started doing the pick'em teams thing, right? I picked the Chosen. And I picked them twice, and they got 16th place finish twice in the very beginnings of this PMPL North America. And now look at them. They're in the grand finals. They're sitting in 8th or 9th place. Wait, hold on.
Yeah. 7th.
Wait,
they're in 7th.
Yeah, 7th. Yeah, 7th place, and they are only like what? They're 8 points away from qualifying in top 5. So they've come such a long way. So for sure, this is also a team that I'm looking out for. And don't get me wrong, I'm definitely not trying to cast or curse them. I know I have that stigma, but I genuinely am rooting for them. So let's see how they do in this very first Sanhok. But not just the Chosen. So much is on the line. The overalls, it is so close right now for that top 5.
Oh, it is. Trust me, it really is, and it's way too close. Like, a little bit, one game slipped by, and that's just going to compromise your position on the overall ranking. So all the teams that are currently from 3rd to all the way underneath like 8th spot, you guys will need to make sure you're not even slipping out in one single game, because if you do, the position's going to be overtaken easily, as we do have to circle a little bit. Northern shift. All right, this is going to be interesting. Is it going to shift all the way on the left side, on the left island, or is it going to go on the right side? Interesting.
All I know is that this circle is great for Boring Protocol, unless if they mess up somehow, right? I already know what kind of split they're going to do. This is also a good one for XSET because they know exactly how Boring Protocol plays in this circle. So XSET, Boring Protocol, and arguably even the Knights, right? Because to the left of Knights is TC, and they don't really go into the circle. They spend their time in the blue zone and looting up. So Knights know exactly what XSET's going to do. XSET knows exactly what Boring Protocol is going to do, so the Knights are going to be able to rotate up north to a bit more center, but it all depends on the shift afterwards to see what happens. Speaking about the Knights, they're sitting in 4th place overall, and it's not the most comfortable position, to be honest. There is a chance that the Knights don't make top 5 at the end of today.
Yeah, there is. Indeed, there is a chance. And, well, as you guys did see, those little skins over there, right, Zoo? Look pretty interesting. I'm pretty sure, man. People
make sure
definitely
you
get
guys
their hands on it.
Yeah, make sure you guys take advantage of those skins by opening PUBG Mobile. Hit that Esports Event Center, and then you can participate in the event to earn those special items. So giving some goodies back to the viewers, as Vamp and BTOWN, they did hop drop on each other. They've been kind of in this engagement for like the past 2 minutes and 40 seconds or so. No knocks yet. Definitely a very slow engagement. They're trying to feel each other out right now.
Again, a bit of a stalemate situation over here. Vamp and BTOWN, they've been going against each other since a long time now. And Vamp, they've been coming out on top in this one all the time. So BTOWN, Sanhok is one of their worst games without a doubt. They've always been on the receiving end of the stick. So I don't know how they're going to be deciding to fight back in this one. As Jimmy slowly and steadily trying to move on forward, maybe gathering a bit more info. Benny was a little aware of that. To see him moving on the right side a little bit. But yeah, getting back to the conversation, I don't really feel like this stalemate's going to be breaking anytime soon, so we might as well just talk about the overall rankings for now and the teams that we really need to eye out for. And as we were talking about the Chosen, 101 points. And coming inside the league stage, none of us expected the Chosen to do this well in the Grand Finals. And this is actually a huge surprise, but you know what I thought? I had it in the back of my mind, right? There might be a reason why the Chosen has picked these 4 individuals. And there you go. Now they're just proving why they're picked in this roster.
Yeah, the Chosen has definitely been hard at work. The Chosen, by the way, for viewers that don't know, they also have a team over in China side. So similar to Nova.
Exactly.
Right? Nova has an NA team. The Chosen has a China team. And the Chosen in China, they're pretty good too. So it is not too big of a surprise that the players that they've picked for the North American roster are also showing promise. Like, they're not as experienced as Nova NA, for sure, but they've definitely improved a lot throughout this tournament so far.
They have.
And right now, taking a look at Boring Protocol, so with this type of circle, they are doing that 2-2 split. They don't know if it's going to shift northwest or is staying on the main island, so they have a nice 2-2 spread going. And BTOWN and Vamp, well, fight is breaking out. It looks like BTOWN just out-positioned so badly. Yeah, they didn't even get a single knock on Vamp, and they're just down to 1 player already.
This is exactly what's been happening throughout the entire Sanhok in the Grand Finals. And BTOWN, this is the exact same course. BTOWN, okay, here we go. Also shooting the dead body, making sure that he's going to be staying dead and not returning back to the Kampong side ever in their entire lifetime. So BTOWN, again, getting taken out by Vamp, and a flawless execution too from the side of Vamp. I don't even know at this point what to say. BTOWN, I guess you guys got kicked out of Camp Alpha, and now it's time for you guys to get kicked out of Kampong too and just go into your docks, I guess.
Rough indeed. Getting kicked out of 2 spots on Sanhok. If you're going to fight for a spot, you may as well pick like a better position, I'd say. Camp Alpha and Kampong on the edges, outskirts of Sanhok, right? You may as well try for like a Paradise Resort. But I mean, this is the last and final day. It doesn't matter anymore. Like, BTOWN, they're not making that top 5.
Yeah, it's done.
It's beyond donezo. XSET here, taking an eye at the Knights. And yeah, even though these 2 teams did not engage, look at that. They're peeking right at each other because they know exactly how each other plays. So they don't even need the audio cues or the visual info to know exactly where to look and how to rotate.
Yeah. XSET too, I mean, they don't really have a clear line of sight on the player in the front because the trees are kind of blocking the vision there. And now finally they're going to spot the players out in the open. Polo G, though, still the trigger is not being used so far. He's just holding his finger on the trigger. not really pushing it down, and that's when Knights, they're having a huge advantage in. And look at the rotation that Knights is taking all the way in the water lines, but again, the problem might just be boring protocol. They're on the coastline of the left side, off the top left island, and if they do spot out those 4 fishes in the water, then yeah, those are going to be free elimination points gifted to Bob.
This is one thing I really love about the Knights team. They're not scared to take risks and make moves, right? A lot of teams, even top-tier teams, they will, if they see enemy contact, they'll just sit still and wait for the next circle. But the Knights, they have a nice mix of just going for the rotations in a very planned and smart manner. But also, if they need to take a fight, they are one of the best teams when it comes to taking fights. I mean, just mechanically, this is one of the best teams. You got Xenox, who can 1v4 on a dime. You got Coops, who just never fails to miss a shot and never fails to just somehow be MVP, regardless of how the team is doing overall. And then you got Tensa, and you got Chico. Like, it's just, this team can fight, this team can rotate, this team is not scared to take risks. But I do say risk because we don't know what's going to happen between them and Boring Protocol, but they should have a good idea of how Boring Protocol is positioned as well, because they do their homework.
Kaseki just moving on along in the front. Not really spotting out anyone so far. I mean, again, Lazarus, 4 Bros is currently in the clotheslines. Well, 4 Bros too, not really revealing their positions, instead staying as quiet as possible, making sure they're not even moving a muscle. Leon slowly and steadily is a slithering snake, spots out 3 of the players of Lazarus, finds his opportunity, but he misses that one too, and 4 Bros, they missed this entire hit on the players of Lazarus. If Leon finds 1 knockout in that position, things could have changed so much, but now Lazarus, they're well aware of what's going on around them. They've been surrounded, but here you go. The first knockout now is going to be on the side of Lazarus. Joey picks it up, and 4 Bros, this is where things do start crumbling down.
Yeah, this time around, at least 4 Bros knew Lazarus was camping in here. Last time, 4 Bros got completely caught by surprise. But even though they were kind of prepared, the execution is still not there as... Oh! Lori with the nice drop shot, but the instant trade is there. Lazarus playing together as a team, whereas 4 Bros just playing individually. That player just holding an angle by himself. Lazarus pushing together as a team. So a 1-for-1 trade, but it goes in the favor of Lazarus because they could get the revive.
But again, not really a huge fan of the way Lazarus are playing this fight so far. Yeah, the man's quite exposed out in the open too. Fierce takes a lot of shots. The band in the back's quite low as well. Russ finally going to connect a few crucial bullets and will take down Kaseki. Fierce in the front. This nade might just seal the deal. Fierce finally moves out the last second. So he will be safe, but he will also get the confirmation of great knowledge where to throw that at the last second. But again, 4 Bros, they got a return knock onto themselves. So the reply from the side of Lazarus indeed is pretty solid so far. Leon now will peek out as well. Purge is quite low, but Purge still somehow flips the table against the players of 4 Bros, and this fight might just be done. Yep, Lazarus doing some light work.
That was a good fight. That cross initially was, like you said, a little bit sketchy. I didn't really like it either, crossing over in the open. They do end up losing Kaseki for that. At this point, though, trading 1 player for 4 points, usually that's a really good trade. However, Lazarus is in a very precarious position, sitting at 8th place overall, 87 points, right? They are currently 20, well, if we don't count these points, they were 22 points behind that 5th place overall, or 5th place position. So, how do you feel about that? Good or bad? Losing 1 player for 4 points on Sanhok?
I mean, look, I'm not going to lie, in Sanhok, you want to have all your players up, especially in Sanhok, because the map is way much more compact, and you might just have to get so many, in so many fights. In Sanhok, firepower matters quite a lot. So Lazarus losing out on 1 of the players, I would say it's okay. They still get 4 points in their hands.
Yeah.
It's not bad, because we do know those 3 players in the front lines will also try to secure some placement points, a little bit more eliminations points. So at this point, Lazarus, they're not really looking for solid performance. They're just looking for consistency, because I'm pretty sure in the end, someone in that top 5 will end up missing.
Okay. Circle has shifted, by the way. It's still keeping the northwestern island in zone, but it's definitely favoring the main island on the east side more. Lights have not continued to rotate. XSET has rotated wide and has ended up running into the Panthers. This wide rotation is not something we usually see XSET do on Sanhok, so maybe they're running into enemies that they weren't prepared for, as one of them is knocked. Pappy with that grenade. That one's going to hurt. Oh, actually does not do much damage. the Panthers team that's been really struggling. I don't know if they have what it takes to finish out this XSET team, however, as they are getting that reset.
XSET, yeah, they're definitely getting that reset. But again, the Panthers too is another one of those teams that we'll need to watch out from. And what just happened in the kill feed there? Gachi. All right, well, thinks so he jumped out of a moving vehicle and he got knocked out, but it's okay. The Chosen, they're probably going to go for a Mets drive without a doubt. They're looting quite a lot in the outskirts of the zone, still tanking that blue zone. On the other hand, Bob 2, well spread out. It's a 2-2 split, but the Knight has to be another one of those teams that will need to be watched out from. And the Panthers, yeah, again, not really interested in fighting this one because the Panthers realize this position has to be the main key for success in this one because Panthers so far, they're not really doing that hot in the overall rankings.
We're about to head into the next circle shift. You see Boring Protocol still maintaining that 2-2. You got to be careful to not let the Knights rotate ahead of them, which we have seen happen on the very first day of Sanhok. So once that circle shifts, I want to see Boring Protocol take a little bit of initiative and move more towards the center of the zone. They should know the northeastern side. Like if they rotate up northeast, it should be open because they've taken that hill for themselves before and nobody's contested them. So they should understand that that area is still open, but oh, this just got a lot more complicated, Necro.
Oh, it did. Oh, boy. Look at that.
Yeah.
I think so. I've seen this similar sort of circle, and it'll end up shifting somewhere on the left side. So it'll be interesting. It'll definitely be interesting. I think so. If you remember, the one with Coops was the only man alive from Knights, and he pulled off a clutch.
Yes.
It was the similar sort of circle, almost similar.
That one actually ended in the water. There's like this rock in the water, and it ended on this giant rock. So who knows what's going to happen here. Frady goes down. WallStreetBets picking up some points. WallStreetBets, another team that we're looking at to be a top 5 team. So putting on a point for them is good, except one of them just got taken down by Polar Ace. So a lot of engagements happening with this crazy circle shift.
As we do have the Panthers now. As you said, Poppy gets taken down, unfortunately, and that's something they cannot really afford. But I do want to see Bob here, too. I mean, there was a 2-2 split going on for themselves, but how are they going to play this one out? That's something I'm really wondering. Because, again, as I said, there's quite a lot of threat lingering, and it's Nova and Knights right in the front lines, or in the clothesline, I would say. And that's something Bob would need to try and avoid, because the two players on the left side, if they do engage against the players of Nova or even Knights, of course these two teams have some of the best firepower, and it's going to be next to impossible for those two players to just out-frag them.
Ooh, the Knights know Nova's here as they're trying to sneak on up. I don't know if Nova is aware, though. Nova's usually not engaging teams early on in the game. They're usually just sticking on the edge, uncontested, but with the way these circles have shifted, it has caused some very strange rotations out of teams that these teams have not yet seen before. You see XSET coming all the way back around now due to this strange rotation, and it catches the Knights right in the back. This is not good for the Knights, but XSET, that is great for them as they are currently dominantly in first place, and Nova's also getting involved. This is what I was worried about. There's a chance that the Knights might not make top 5, especially if they keep on getting games like these.
Yeah, I don't know. They've been in the water line since like the majority of the game now. They just left Pinean, and then they've been taking that water rotation, and this is where, as I said, if any of the teams, they do get their eyes locked on the players of Knights, there's 4 free fishes right in the water, which are easy to be claimed. And now we have XSET 2 making one of the most riskiest rotations. And while they will be taken out as well, they will have to pay the price for something like that. XSET 2 players to get it taken down, and one of the players also getting confirmed instantly. So Nova, they're looking really good on this side of the map so far. But again, look at the next circle shift, Zoo. Again, the majority of the circle is still in the water. What's going on?
Welcome to the Grand Finals, and welcome to the last day of the Grand Finals. QZZ just always hits those shots better than you can. Somehow, some way, he just always hits them better, man. This guy, so good. But the problem is the circle has shifted towards the eastern side. Both Nova and XSET engaged right now, being caught on each other in the blue. And Koi with a nice angle right there. This is great. This is perfect. This means that Nova is going to start catching up to XSET, and that first place position is not going to be as much as a shoe-in for XSET anymore.
And again, Polo G will be taken out by Koi. Kill switch is still there, and he wants to get let out by the play zone, I guess. But again, kill switch does not really want to give that elimination point away. On the other hand, we have J7 just moving on in. And there is Knights in the front, the two players. The two men on mission, and definitely J7 now spots him out too. So yeah, he's now going to try to take things a little bit more slow and cautious. But both the players, the Knights, they're just absolutely enough here. Xenox should go down over here, but no, Xenox's movement, the way he's moving around, it's just something that threw J7's aim off guard.
Yeah, and you saw, J7 knew that was the Knights too. J7 for sure could put the 2 and 2 together because they shot him in the back, and you saw that respect out of J7. He was not going to go for a one spray finish on that guy, especially a player like Xenox, because he could whip around and knock you right back if you miss more than a few bullets. So J7 doing the smart thing, comes back around for a second spray, and yeah, he gets Xenox. The Knights now just down to Tensa, and I don't think the Knights have managed to get any elimination points at all so far. And with 13 teams left alive, if they go out anytime soon, it could be a huge donut game for them, like 0 points.
It can be, yeah. And again, Knights, as you mentioned, yeah, 0 elimination points. Nova, on the other hand, looking so solid as well in this game. XSET 2, they got taken out with, I mean, they're still in the game. One player's still in with 2 elimination points so far. And the Chosen, look at them. They get caught off guard by the players of Nova. Nova on top of here, but Nova, unfortunately, they're also getting sandwiched by the players of Bop, and that's something Nova will need to watch out from. So they will probably need to back off from that fight. As the Chosen, they will not be able to get the race set back up, as we do have the players of Dope and WallStreetBets crashing against each other, and both these teams will need to try and make a way, but that's not going to be that easy. WallStreetBets is one of those teams that are quite stubborn, so Dope, they will have to try and reroute.
Yeah, Mezexis is actually picking up some of those points, securing themselves even more firmly in the top 5. Mezexis currently the 3rd place team coming into this game at 118 points. Mezexis proving a lot of doubters wrong, and oh my god, that circle, Necro. Well, Bop, this is Bop's game. This is going to be a huge game for Boring Protocol.
Hopefully it is, but there's still a huge wave of enemies just moving in from the back lines. Mezexis is one of those teams that Bop will need to watch out from. 19 Esports as well is moving in, but there we go. Bop, they find an opening against 19 Esports. That's a huge one too, as we do have HQA against the players of Polar Race. Polar Race, so far, they're looking okay. They are a 3-man squad in the front. And same thing goes with HQA too. It's a 3-on-3 situation just to find out who's going to be claiming this compound here, and also moving on forward as HQA. They have no intentions, it seems like. They're taking things quite slow in this one, but they do not really have a lot of time left because the Wall of Death now slowly and steadily going to start to move.
Yeah, Blue Zone's closing in. So many players are just going to go for that water side, especially players that are just down to solo or duo. Polar Ace with a really nice shot onto Drago. WallStreetBets, I don't think they're going to make it into this zone alive. I don't know if they got a backup plan ready, a first aid maybe, as Mezexis also getting knocked by Vamp. It is just pure chaos right now, Necro, on Sanhok, and the zone couldn't be any more crazier on Sanhok.
Yeah. I would just say it's the zone at this point. It's hard to blame any sort of teams because the zone's just playing so many mind games, and it's actually in a center up on the island. That's right in the water. Oh my god, this is getting way too intense now. As you said, Boring Protocol, they're set up quite well too, but they have no clue where the enemy are placed as well. They do know Mezexis is somewhere down the line. They're in the front lines, but still not really able to find any sort of connections. Peralta is barely surviving on a sliver of health. Like Samuel just mowing down the grounds in the front, but he's not able to find the knockout just yet. Peralta.
Oh, the double!
The double knockout with that nade from the side of Mezexis. And there you go. You keep on firing those shots, and well, Mezexis inactive is just going to throw that one, and it's going to take out 2.
Oh, Boring Protocol was looking like they were about to win this game, and just like that, one grenade stops them short, down to a 2-man team, and Spec is about to get taken out. Peralta needed one more shot in him, and Spec does go down. Boring Protocol now down to a solo when they were 4. And everybody's swimming for this island. we're down to just duos and solos, and J7 XSET will not go down. This man, J7, how has he made it into a top 5 finish? He might even make it higher than top 5. Joey walking on water, pulling some magic tricks here, trying to take down Nova QZZ. Nova does have 2 players, and one of them is pulling out that med strat. And what better time to pull out a med strat than when the zone goes onto this island? Nobody's set foot yet on this island, by the way. And, oh, Mezexis maybe trying to go for a revive here in the water.
Oh! Oh! Great knockout from the side of Joey. A little pixel is going to be more than enough for this man to capitalize, and we'll also toss a nade in to get the confirmation. Whichever team has went for the med strat, they are one of the most intelligent team, one of the most smartest teams in the entire lobby, and it's the Chosen. They've proved out to be one of the most smartest teams so far, and even Nova Koi is going for a med strat. This is way too interesting. The Chosen as well having a really consistent game, as we do know the Chosen just need a little bit of more points. If they're able to buy enough amount of points on the second place, if the Chosen do get second place in this one, that'll be huge.
Yeah, oh, and Joey's got 8 first aids also, so if he wanted to, he could med strat and go into this zone. Mezexis gets that revive. J7, 1v2, I don't think he can manage to pull that one off. J7 goes down in a top 5 finish. That's a decent amount of points, especially if given the fact they're so far in the lead, so that's huge for them. But Nova's about to go out. We're down to 3 teams. Chosen goes out in 4th place. Nova will take top 3, and Joey is put in a 1v2 against Mezexis.
Oh, boy. Is he going to be able to pull out the 1v2? Joey slowly and steadily just moving in. Mezexis, the confidence is clearly being seen too. They know they're the only one team with the most amount of mental life, so they can afford to go for a trade without a doubt. But again, if Joey gets a chance to capitalize, he will be able to shut both these players out, and he's just waiting for them to separate. Look at this man, he steps up, now it's crouching. Oh, he's just waiting for the right moment to strike, and as soon as he does find one, there you go. Finally finds an active. Now it's a one-on-one situation. Peralta will need to try and flip things around because Joey so far is looking quite great too. Whips out the MP. Oh, Joey from the side of Lazarus clutches it out.
With the Molly fake too. He pulled out that Molly for a split second. That faked out the player to think he could go for that push. And if he didn't push, he could have gotten Molly. Joey, the mechanics shining through, fine-tuning his gun skill and his utility grenade switching skills, man. Oh, man, Joey played that beautifully. And this is a huge, huge win for Lazarus because Lazarus needed a chicken to make their way into the top 5. And just like that, oh, well,
crazy.
He's got a lot more interesting for today. And in regards to who's going to make that top 5, Joey, my man, 6 eliminations, 654 damage. I mean, those stats don't do justice to what he just managed to do for his team coming into the very first game, final day. Huge. That was insane. So beautifully played.
He striked in at the exact right time. He waited for both those players to he waited. So even if one of the players gets taken down, he made sure that the other player's not going to have direct line of sight onto him.
Exactly.
Got that knockout, then instantly moved on forward even closer to make the guy a little bit uncomfortable. As you said, pulled that Molotov too, and instantly realized, oh, there might be a chance he might just get pushed. So pulls out the EMP, finishes the final man, and a great clutch from that lad. But it seems like, Zoo, that's going to be it after that crazy Sanhok circle from our side. But let's find out what the analysts have to say off that circle after this short break.
Hated by newbies but cherished by pros, our overall perception of Miramar hasn't changed over the years. Set in the heart of the desert, the hilly and uneven terrains make travelling around this map using vehicles a difficult task. Furthermore, the open fields and steep hills turn into a valley of death for any survivor who dares to cover the lands on foot. And the job is even more grueling when you have more land to cover. Miramar is 8x8 in size, just like Erangel, but has way more land area compared to Erangel. The loot is not very satisfying either, which makes dropping into the big cities a must. To avoid drop clashes, players can try cities like Los Leones, which are so massive that they can easily fit in 2 or 3 squads who can loot specific parts without any violence. Miramar's large open areas leave fewer chances of getting ambushed, but when you need to rotate, you will hardly make it without your teammates getting blown off in vehicles. All the cities in Miramar are connected through highways. These can save you from the trouble of getting caught by opposing crosshairs while your vehicle is rolling down a ridge.
Boom!
boom, takes out the tire, and he is absolutely wrecked.
Nevertheless, flawless rotations according to the zone shifts are a must to capture vantage points in high ground areas, like the Picado Hill, Junkyard Hill, and the Church High Ground outside Chumacera. In Miramar, giving up these eagle-eye points is suicide. Also, remember to choose the buggy over any other vehicle you come across. While these are some of the more preferred places, there are some sweaty, infamous hot drops that even the pros hesitate to go in. The red building beside Picado Arena, for example. We won't suggest a blind rush here, as this place has like 1,000 different corners where enemies can camp. Apart from all of these, there are a lot more tricks to learn and secrets to explore about Miramar. Tell us what you find fascinating about Miramar in the comments below.
We said that it was going to be chaos here the last day of the finals, and that's what you got. Of course, we got to give a big thank you to none other than Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner. And as we go ahead and bring in our analysts back over here, I just got to say one thing. Glitter, did I or did I not tell you that you could not control Papa Blue? Island finish on Sanhok. Island Glitter.
This is my I'm not even mad face, okay? This is my I don't even care face, because that was probably the most entertaining game that we are going to get the entire day. How do finals, the final day of finals, how does it start off with an island finish at Sanhok? Like, we couldn't make it any crazier a start. And then to cap it off, Joey wins a 1v27.
The player that has been holding it down for Lazarus pretty much this whole tournament, being able to clutch it up, and 9 ilms for this team. It came down to a 1v1. We were all kind of screaming. I'm surprised I haven't lost my voice yet, but I'm probably going to end up losing my voice by the end of the day. 24 points there for Lazarus and Mezexis as well. During that match, we saw Remix. I can't wait to see some of their player stats too from Mezexis. 7 ilms for them, 19 points total. Nova Esports, we saw them. Glitter, they were going up against XSET, they were going up against Knights. It did not matter who it was. Nova is here to play, and Nova definitely wants to catch up to XSET. We saw their boring protocol as well. XSET with, I think it was 9 points, and then on the second page,
oh boy.
Uh-oh, Knights. Uh-oh, that's it. I don't know what else to say, Glitter, besides uh-oh.
I'm getting a little scared, and I'm sure that we will see what happened to the Knights when we roll through all of these highlights. But let's just say that for a team that had literally 2 to 20 max points of a lead on the teams around them, it's not great. It's not a great start, and I would be a little bit concerned because now they're 1 game down and they only have 5 left to try and make that up, because some of the teams that were below them, like, you know, the boring protocols, did really well. We even saw the Chosen on there getting some really solid points on the board for themselves. So I'm concerned for the Knights, because we say this all the time, and this has nothing to do with the Knights. This is just in general. You don't ever want to have to play desperately. You don't have to play from behind from some sort of a disadvantage, because it makes you panic a little bit. Obviously, the Knights are very solid under pressure, but it's just a little bit too much pressure on the last day going through some of these matches.
Yeah, with the way some of the teams are playing, you don't want to set that pressure for the last game. We have seen what can happen. Yeah, you might be having that clutch factor, but sometimes that clutch factor does disappear when you do have all that pressure on your shoulders. And you were mentioning, we saw the Chosen being able to get some points there. Another team, even though they didn't get an insane amount of points, but at least they didn't end up with the 0, has to be WallStreetBets. They were able to get 3 points total for that team, which is huge. I mean, Knights, that 0 point just changes everything, and it's going to be interesting once we see that. And I mean, right here, Joey. Oh, let's go, Joey. With Lazarus, Glitter. 1,400 damage, 9 ilms.
You know, I was kind of anticipating that it would actually be a very even top damage because of how spread out a lot of the elims were and just how many different engagements we saw, and this top damage is not letting me down. I mean, the fact that the lowest damage is almost at the 800 mark out of WallStreetBets for only 2 elims is crazy. And everybody at the top 9, 7, 8, 6. I mean, everybody was getting in on the action. We even saw Polar Ace was able to take advantage of some really solid third-party action, and XSET good damage, decent elims, but they went out in a very unfortunate fashion.
Yeah, they did. It has to do with that circle, okay? We were not expecting that kind of madness here to start of the day. We still have another Sanhok. We have seen what can happen too in Miramar sometimes with the water circles. Yeah, you can't control Papa.
More, give me more.
Magics.
Can't do it. You can't do it. I mean, that island finish is ridiculous. No matter how good you are, no matter how you prepare, there's not much you could do when it comes to that. You just got to make with the best of what you have. And man, we saw some squads do it and some squads couldn't get it done. So much chaos. I think we have to take a look at some of these insane fights leading up to this insane island finish. Glitter, break it down.
Yeah, I mean, so this is just going to be a lot of the action of the squads trying to get on to the island. You can actually see that Mezexis was on the back end and weren't really contested by anybody as they were able to come in on this side. J7, to be fair, after the rest of his squad getting completely melted, was able to stay alive to get XSET some decent placement points here, but you can see QZ there, and this Nova did have 2 alive. Okay, QZ was the one pushed up here and does go down to Joey in a nasty peep from Joey that we actually saw in those highlights. Joey just out-skilling QZ, which is even more impressive. And then we did have Koi in the blue healing, which ended up getting Nova into 3rd place. He didn't have as many meds as he typically does. But this moment here, okay? QZ ripped literally everyone out of this car and was able to just not only clean up some of those, but then XSET did get a couple reses, and we heard Zute talking about it, but the peak for peak, okay? That QZ, yes. they were both on hair, literally a hair, and QZ just he outpeaks everybody. I don't understand how he does it.
Island boy, man. Dude is just crushing it. I mean, on point with the laser beam finishes, man. QZ stepping up here at the end of the PMPL. That's what we love to see. You know, another team I think is Mezexis. The Mezexis is a squad that we gotta talk more about. So I think I'd love to see their average player stats. 7. I know you want to take a look at them. So why don't you break it down for us?
And this is why, yes, yesterday at the end of the day, I mean, at the beginning of the day today, too, we're talking about Remix. You're still able to put up numbers. But we know that they have other players that have been performing really well, too. So it's interesting to see this squad just come all together. Peralta, 646 damage. Woo! 2 elims, 22 average survival time. I mean, inactive, too, you know. First PMPL, as you've been saying, Hodjux, not bad. 293 damage for him, 2 elims, Yair, too. So far, honestly, biggest surprise, biggest wild card for me has been Mezexis.
Man, Mezexis showing up, not to mention, you know, inactive, brand new. First time playing inside of PMPL. You had high hopes, and he's performing well with this entire squad. Now, I think it's time we take a look at the overall leaderboard so we can see exactly where everyone is shaping up after this first match.
Oh!
7.
You see that?
I see it.
There's a lot happening here.
I see it.
Let's start off with the first one, okay? 5th place and 6th place. They're tied. They're tied, and right now Lazarus is being able to edge out that tiebreaker. When we say 1 point difference, sometimes we mean it. It can come down to that, just 1 point. XSET, though, being able to maintain that lead. Nova was able to, I think, close it down a little bit more. With Mezexis, I mean, maintaining themselves there, too. I think Mezexis wants to push for that 2nd place. More protocol. The Chosen, WallStreetBets, all these teams, Glitter, are just within 6 points.
I can't believe that the Chosen's only 1 point behind the Knights, and then WallStreetBets 5 points behind that. And to be fair, HQA isn't that far behind either. I mean, they're going to need some sort of like a chicken dinner or a really strong Elim 2nd place finish to get themselves back up there, kind of battling it out with these squads. But 93 to the 105, that's also a very small gap.
Man, it's crazy to see WallStreetBets go down to 8th place just like that in 1 game alone. We still got 5 more left to go. Thank you so much, 7. Thank you so much, Glitter, here. First Sandhawks in the books, but now it's time to head on over to the desert. Let's get it going. Next match is Miramar. Let's go ahead and bring in our casters here for this next one. Again, it's Zute and Necro. Oh, man, y'all had a lot of fun with that last one. Continue it on here.
Oh, will do, Hot Jukes. As much fun as I'm having, Necro, seeing the Knights drop out of top 5, I was worried about this. I mentioned it. There is a real chance the Knights might not make it.
Ooh. And it seems like Zute, for the first time ever, I mean, whatever you're saying is coming true. And I think so. That's pretty great, right?
Oh, I mean, you didn't have to put it that way. I'm a fan of the Knights, all right? I want to see the Knights make it. I also know for a fact I want to see the Chosen make it because, I mean, I picked them, you picked them. But, oh, man, this finals, this last day, it's something else. Joey stepped up like we've never seen before. J7, XSET, they are wanting that first place so badly right now. I thought J7 was done for when they were just down to him, but he managed to secure a top 5 finish. And then Nova with the med strats, TC coming in, Boring Protocol having a huge game, and Mezexis hanging on in there. Everybody that can qualify is putting up the results to prove that they should be in top 5 right now. That is absolutely mental.
And I don't think so the viewers realize this Miramar game, how crucial it is and how critical it's going to be on teams. I mean, we saw that. Not a lot of points separating those teams, man. The Chosen as well having a consistent performance. That's just nailing them down on the 7th spot. And now this game, if the Chosen do really good, then they're probably going to be entering inside the top 5. It's not a lot of difference, ladies and gentlemen. And even Knights as well. If Knights, they're not going to have a great game again in this Miramar, then oh boy, they're just going to be staying out of that top 5.
Yeah. Man, that last game, if you guys missed it, rewind the stream a little bit, because the best part about that last Sanhok game, as we get a very northern circle, this is nice. We haven't seen this too often yet. Another interesting circle for these teams to figure out, but that very last game, I think the last 5 to 6, 7 teams alive in that Sanhok match, they were all teams that could literally make the top 5, right? So like everybody that made it towards the late game were all teams that know they can make that top 5. So you could see no one's, you know, hiding anything right now. Everybody's trying as hard as they can, and I love to see that.
And look at the circle again, just catching these players off guard, Zoo. Oh boy, what's going on? Day 3 indeed is something that is really interesting, and even the circle's making it quite interesting even more, so I am personally just down for it. I want to see absolute chaos right off the bat on the map of Miramar. Why not? And this time again, I don't know if you noticed, but in Los Leones, there's 3 teams again. WallStreetBets, Mezexis, and Polaris dropping right next to each other. And in the previous couple of Miramars, we did not really see that happening. I think it's probably because of the plain flat path, but again, we're probably going to be seeing a lot of chaos when these teams do want to leave that Los Leones area, when they will try to make it inside the circle. But let's just find out how they're going to try to navigate their way in, as we do have 19 Esports currently in front of us, and they have been playing this entire Grand Finals, if I'm not wrong. Or I mean, most of the games in this Grand Finals was just the 3-man squad.
Yeah, they were also really separated off drop, so a little bit, I'm not sure what happened there, but one player of 19E Los Leones, the rest of them to the west of the Los Leones city. They're not even in Los Leones. This zone, by the way, once again, really favors Boring Protocol, because the center of the zone is exactly where they're driving to start their...
Oh my god, yeah.
So, Boring Protocol, just like on Sanhok, they had a nice first circle. They played that split very beautifully. And I would say they kind of maybe dropped the ball, because I was putting them to win that match when they were like the only team with 4 players up. But of course, Mezexis hit that double nade. It landed like perfectly. Yeah, inactive. Landed that nade perfectly right in between both players. Like the players were spread out, okay? They weren't on top of each other. He threaded the needle and got it smack in the middle and just instant double knock, all right? But once again, Boring Protocol, very good circle for them. I want to see them take advantage of it, and I want to see them secure their top 5. You know, I mean, they're not even they're beyond top 5. I think they're in 3rd overall now. Yeah, no, 4th. But I want to see them firmly secure that qualification off of this Miramar game now.
Man, I'm not gonna lie, I'm a huge fan of Knights too, but watching Knights get taken out that top 5, I mean, I personally love Knights, but watching Knights get taken out of that top 5, it's low-key like, I don't know, it's not making me sad, and it's just making me more like, I'm like, oh, I'm down for this, you know? I like all this drama. I like all this action that's probably we are being put up to. I like all this storyline that's so far is going on, and I'm a huge fan of that too. And the Chosen, look at them, already kicking things off with 1 elimination point on their name against the players of XSET. Who saw that coming?
Yeah, let's go TC. XSET,
yeah, the TC
losing a player early. The thing with XSET, though, I feel like they are just on another level right now. It doesn't matter if they lose a player, if they lose a few players. I think just no matter how dire the situation gets, they are going to maintain their first place position. Like, I thought last game was going to be the game where they really kind of, you know, dropped the ball a little bit, just given how difficult the situation was with the circle shifts. Like, we saw them go from one side of the map back to the other side where they originally started from because of how crazy the shifts were, and they still managed to get a decent amount of points.
I mean, yeah, consistent performance on the first 2 days. On the day 1, just absolutely mowing squats down, just like a wrecking ball, as you'd like to call it. And on day 2, just keeping the consistency flowing in their accounts as well. And now in day 3, they're pretty chill. Not a lot of pressure to play off of with, and something that is really on the opposite side of things is now we do have the Chosen and XSET right against each other. As XSET, they already find an opening against the players of the Chosen, but Godfan a little too exposed in that one. And this is something that the Chosen was not really looking out for, because now XSET, they're looking so great as well, as this nade's going to be tossed in. Oh, that's nice. A return knock from the side of Opa. Opa doing such a great job in taking down the players of XSET. Another nade tossed in, might just crawl quite close. Might just find the knockout as well, and it does! Oh my god, the Chosen! What? All right, well, I am not disappointed, the Chosen. Keep going. All 4 players up 2 against XSET, a clean wipe.
Yes, let's go, the Chosen. Now, I support XSET too, but let's be honest, they have way too many points right now. Let's make things a little bit interesting, right? Let's make things a little bit interesting. Give them a 0-pointer. Let Nova catch up a little bit. You know, keep things interesting for that top 1 finish. But the Chosen, clean. All 3 eliminations towards that fight were through nades alone. The utility use on point. The Chosen, chef's kiss right there for that fight.
So I'm not gonna lie, our duo is pretty good. Whenever we pick a team, things are going pretty good. So we should just talk it out before the shows.
Okay. They've gotten 4 points so far in this Miramar match. It's a great start, but let's not jinx it or, you know, get too overhyped just yet, you know. We'll see how they finish out the rest of the game. Like, we're still only 7.5 minutes in to this Miramar match, so a lot more crazy things are bound to happen.
Indeed they are, but boy, the Chosen, the way they've been playing at the Grand Finals, talk about impressive. It's way beyond that. They've been playing like some of the most like top-tier teams, and we absolutely love it. They've improved in the tournament itself. We've seen their transformation from week 1 to week 3, and now inside the Grand Finals. It's like they haven't even taken any sort of things. Like, we've seen their transformation in this tournament.
Yeah, for the viewers that forgot or weren't there, out of the 20 teams, they finished 16th to qualify for the first Super Weekend. They finished the first Super Weekend in 16th overall. And then on the second week to qualify, they finished in 16th again to barely qualify into the second Super Weekend for the second time. And then I think after the second Super Weekend, they were like 14th overall for the Super. Like, yeah, this is the team that's about to make the next qualification process in the Grand Final. So when Necro says this team has improved a lot, this team has really improved a lot.
And this is what I really love, is that we are able to see the improvement too. We're able to see that progress. And I just love it. The Chosen, man, I mean, I called it in the Grand Final. I don't know, man. I just had this little, right, when you asked me, which is one of those teams that you think might just be like the X Factor, you know? And I was like, the Chosen. Because again, I just remembered, right, that as you do keep on mentioning the Chinese side of the Chosen. And I'm like, the Chosen is overall a really solid organization, and they're not just going to sign any of these 4 players, right? They have to sign some of the best without a doubt. So I was like, well, the Chosen, I'm going with them because they're doing pretty good in the Chinese side of the league. So I think so over here too. They have to be doing pretty solid, and so far they're doing.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see by the end of the day if they make it or not. Second circle has shifted on out. It goes north once again. Goes a little bit back towards the western side. So now that giant mountaintop next to water treatment, which I don't think we've even got to see come into play for the duration of this PMPL, is now in play. So like the Sanhok match previous, this is going to be a doozy for these teams to figure out.
It is, as we do have HQA too getting kind of beat down. And now HQA, they're also trying to just run away from this spot. What just happened to HQA? The conversion from the side of league stages to super weak in HQA. They've been looking so weak so far. But I do want to see what HQ have for the rest of the 5 games that are left, counting this one in. So again, after this game, HQA will only have 4 more games left in their pockets to try and turn things around in their favor, because so far they're not really having a great start. And HQA, they will need some solid games without a doubt.
The Knights making their rotation right now. Nowhere near the central of the zone, and this area of the map is very difficult to navigate. You have this road, but besides this road, you see that barren wasteland that Koi scoping in on. That whole section of the map, so hard to rotate through. And there are also hilltops where if there's just one player there, it can easily stop an entire team's rotation. So this match is only going to get more and more difficult as the circles keep shifting.
And Zoo, don't you remember Coop said in this lobby, they don't think there's any team that is equal to them or that is a competition to them in the interview. And now look at it.
Yeah. I mean, it's just Battle Royale, you know, it's just sometimes things happen outside of your control, but I'm not going to sugarcoat it. The Knights, out of all the games that have been played, they definitely messed up on a few, and that's how they've put themselves in the situation they're in now. As Lazarus, team that just won, Purge goes down. They're pretty safe, and to put it simply, it's Vamp, one of the more passive teams. I know this is the final day. That might make Vamp play very aggressive and maybe even take out Lazarus, but I don't feel like Vamp's going to do anything off that knock, really.
Yeah, nah. Vamp, look at the spread they've got themselves as well. They're kind of like they don't really want to go real up close and personal. Instead, they just want to do some chip damage all the way from the back. They want to just go for some knockouts if possible. If they do find more than one knockout, then they will try to capitalize, maybe. But still, that's not a confirmation. But Joey getting really caught off guard. The Weekle gets blown up too, so Joey now is going to be outside his comfort zone. As Vamp, they are looking pretty okay so far in that fight. They have the high ground to play around with as well, but we're just not seeing any sort of capitalization. Joey's absolutely isolated. If 2 of the players from the side of Vamp, they decide to push onto Joey, nothing can be done from the side of Lazarus to stop that push.
Yeah, it looks like Vamp from the minimap is moving a little bit. They're doing their own 2-2 split on.
Oh my God.
Jeez.
Oasis, please, Oasis. I want to see Oasis.
All right. I mean, from the very beginning of the finals, it has been crazy circles. And it somehow just got even crazier on the final day. That is a shift that is just not right, but I love it. I stand for it. Lazarus, center circle now. Same with Vamp. TC has a great rotation into the center of this zone. And yes, Oasis, okay then. I guess we might go up to Oasis. We'll see. But navigating into this zone, oh, so many teams are going to fall apart. Things are going to get so crazy. We're not going to be able to catch all the action, guys.
We probably are not. And look at BTOWN right next to the players of HQA. How are they going to let him go like that? Come on, just hit one more shot. No! BTOWN, they find a safe rotation out of that one, and this is not the HQA I knew. HQA, if it was the old HQA, they would hunt Bolty down. And look at them. HQA now just going inside the zone, prioritizing the placement first, and clearly a huge lack of confidence from their side. That's hurting them as well in this entire Grand Finals. And now HQA, indeed, they will need to try and think on the fly. Not just HQA, every single team in this lobby, they will need to think on the fly, because this is not a sort of circle that you even practice in scrims.
Yeah, it's a circle that's pretty much never happens. Maybe once in 100 games, but we're seeing it now. The circle ending north of water treatment with Oasis kept in the zone. And right now, there's still 59 alive. But by the time the blue zone closes in on this one, we're going to see a lot less. And the next circle shift is going to be the Thanos Circle, where half the lobby is going to be wiped out simply just due to how innavigable the terrain is going from here on out.
Mezexis is able to find one of the players from 19 Esports. Now they're down to a two-man squad. Mezexis, again, they do have a huge opportunity to try and capitalize and get those 3 elimination points. That will help them quite a lot, too. I mean, so far they're doing absolutely phenomenal in the overall rankings, right underneath XSET, if I'm not wrong. So Mezexis, again, they are trying to take out the players, but 19 Esports as well, they're trying to go for as safer plays as possible. At this point, teams like 19 Esports, they're just here to practice. They're just here to play. They're here to enjoy the games, and they're just here to learn something from them. And 19 Esports, they know themselves. It's going to be next to impossible for them to even think of making a top 5 at this point in time. So they're just here to play, have fun, maybe if possible, try to damage some teams. If not, then it's okay. You know, it's not going to hurt them a lot. They're just here to gain that experience.
All right, here we go. We're coming into the next circle shift. Where is it going to go? How
Chosen.
is it going to center up? It centers up quite nicely right in the middle. Now, this circle is pretty fair for most of these teams. Teams will be able to rotate into this circle and fight their way in circles. There's not going to be that giant hard shift where a huge part of the map is unpassable as the Knights, hold on, getting into a fight with WallStreetBets. It looks like the Knights did get the better end of this, but Nova, on their rotation, rotating really close by, is Nova going to third party this? It looks like Koi is set up to monitor the info. And yeah, Koi is here, but Knights will get that full reset. So this is good for the Knights.
Yeah, indeed, it's quite good. But if Nova, they decided to straight up ramming their vehicles, then things could have been really dicey for the side of Knights, as we do have Born Protocol too, and they might just rotate in the players to Nova. So Nova, they will need to try and watch out for their back lines, because I do see in the minimap right here, Bob, they're right next to Nova. I might just see that fight soon in front of our screens, as we do still have Koi scouting this compound out, just waiting for any sort of movement. But still, Knights as well, they're being quite cautious, as we do have Lazarus, all 4 players up so far. Somehow I think so Joey was able to survive that onslaught against the players of Vamp.
Joey right now, or Lazarus right now, not in the zone, so they're going to hold down that compound and then breach the zone later. They're going to have to fend off the Panthers right behind them.
Oh my god, Leon.
There we go.
Oh my god.
4 bros also getting caught in a crossfire almost. Lazarus right now just wants to make sure they can lay low, lay quiet. I don't think they fired off a shot. The Panthers might not even know. Okay, now they know. Joey taking off some shots and getting the knock onto Frady. So good spray by Joey. Is that nade going to connect? Oh, cooked a little bit too long.
Yeah, the nade was overcooked, and now we also do see on the kill feed against the players of Bob. It's Nova. Oh, the things are now getting indeed heated up, as we do have some of the star teams in the entire lobby going head-to-head against each other. Knights, they're still alive all the way on the north side, as we do have the Panthers and Lazarus again. And oh, what a nade from the side of Poppy. Questionable repositioning coming out from the side of Joey. Even though he knew Poppy was right here, just tossing in some nades, he still stayed in the same spot, and Poppy was able to find a great opening. And now Lazarus, they're going to push onto in a state of discomfort.
Pappy going in for the push right now. The rest of his team not able to follow up just due to their positioning. So Pappy's got to make a hero play, and he knows this. Purge getting close, baiting out some shots right there. Baits out the pre-fire. A little got back and forth, but it's a 2v1 situation. They need to work together. Purge goes down and gets flushed out. Pappy, where was the trade from Joey? Oh, what? Joey playing so passive right now. Yeah, sitting in the corner. Now's not the time to be passive. Not after you've had such a huge game. Number 1, Joey, you got to make the plays. Lazarus and the Panthers in a 3v3 situation now. There we go. Joey gets one. Oh, and he's looking for the second one now. Swings wide, misses some shots, but his teammate catches the other player moving in. This is great for the Lazarus team, but keep in mind, they're not in the zone. After they finish this fight, the Vamp team is going to be watching to gatekeep them.
But still, unfortunately, the damage has already been done. Lazarus too as well. Now they're going to be down to a 2-man squad, as they do have Vamp again eyeing them out. And now things are going to be so tough for them, as Vamp 2, they're in contention. Vamp again with the high ground, trying to just inflict some pain and hurt, as Joey was able to find the opening against Benny. And that was a good one too. Kaseki falls down to the play zone, and that's something Lazarus they're not really looking out for. So it's all going to be the final man up from the side of Lazarus. Joey, the final glimmer of hope in this game. And it's going to be tough for him to survive, because there's 3 players players of Vamp just trying to hold them off at bay.
It's going to be 4 players soon. Yeah, Joey in a 1v4, not able to pull that one off. An okay game out of Lazarus. They definitely needed better if they wanted to, you know, secure a top 5 for sure. But hey, they got a chicken dinner in the very first game, so that's good for them. Boring Protocol right now, not looking much like in a position to fight back. They're stuck in the shack. Nova's still up with 4 players. The Knights all the way on that north side. This circle has shifted way hard north. Knights in an okay position, same with TC. Nova, they got to fight their way in, but they still have 4 players to work with.
Yeah, Polaris and Dope currently have some of the best spots in the zone. And if they do keep on controlling them, that's going to be quite insane. The Chosen as well is still alive with all 4 players up. And now, finally, teams are going to start to get clean up outside the zone. As they do try to make a rotation inside, they're probably going to get caught off guard. It's nice spray from the side of Koi with the luxurious AUG. And he's going to find the second one, too. This man doesn't even need any sort of scopes. That red dot's going to be more than enough, as Quiet's just going to put in a lot of work in the front lines as Nova. Now there's just being the cleanup crew, also cleaning up the entire squad of BTOWN, but still somehow the Met strikes back, and there we go. Jeff will eventually fall down from the back lines.
Oh, QZ got knocked and flushed too from the Vamp team on the high ground, I think. Oh, Nova's looking not as good anymore with only 3 up, but they're picking up their elimination points, at least fighting their way into zone. Mezexis still in the game too. Oh, Mezexis, they're playing so consistent right now. Koi looking to pick up some more elimination points. He's going to take the challenge. UMP spray, red dot, scope in. Nice. He only gets dropped down to half HP. Vamp getting battered up right now. But Mayo on the high ground gets Koi. I think Nova is now just down to a solo, or maybe just a duo. No, just the solo is left for Nova. It is Kindness, and he has made it into the zone.
But again, now the blue zone's going to turn into a wall of death where you cannot really just stand out of it. It'll deal some insane amount of damage, so Mayo as well, take a look at it. The amount of HP that's being chunked out of his from him. And he will also need to burn out on a lot of meds without a doubt. As Dope, they're finally moving on up against the players of the Chosen. The Chosen too, they'll need to try with their backs, as there is Mezexis that have a decent high ground to play around with, but Mezexis too, they'll need to try and watch out from the right lines, as the Chosen this fight might just be kind of sort of isolated for them, as Dope and the Chosen, there we go, finally Dope, but they're able to find the opening, a great one too, sort of spoiling the game of the Chosen.
Oh, that's not good for the Chosen, but the trade is there. Getting a little bit too greedy for that confirmation. Opa holding the front lines down. 3v3 situation. Circle has shifted north once again, and no one is even in the zone. Dope trying to defend their position because TC is looking to take it. Great grenade by Godfan. TC up to eliminations. If they can win this fight, that's 3 more and another team taken out, but Opa goes down. I think TC just down to a solo.
Yeah, they are. Opa was the main key in this fight, and Opa as well gets taken down. Opa getting a little too over-aggressive and exposing himself, but still the Chosen. Now the final man will have to try and wait for the next circle. And yeah, the next circle again shifts completely out in the open in no man's land. Teams, they still will need to try and make it in, and Dope, yeah, look at them. They're just going to straight up book it inside. Dope being as cautious and as proactive as possible, getting their spot inside the next zone. Looking pretty okay too. Knights, they're going to do the same too, but Knights, this might just be their game.
And the Knights get to avoid all the conflict with that hard northern shift and will be able to put themselves in a good position. HQA getting taken down, worse for wear. Polar Ace still in the game with 3 players up, and Kindness just... Oh, Nova's still... I almost forgot. Nova's still alive with 1 player, and he just knocked one of Polar Ace. He's in a 1v2 situation. Can he confirm those 2 more points? Here it is, Kiyoshi up close with the SLR. He's waiting for his teammates, but Kindness gets one. 1v1 situation. This is going to be huge if he's able to get it.
Oh, indeed it will be. And look at Trey too, does not really want to straight up peek out. He knows it's the Nova, and Trey finally just connecting that one single bullet because that's all it's needed. And he will be shutting down the entire squad of the Nova, as we do have a clear wipeout again, another one. The Chosen getting taken out as well from this game. The Chosen not really having the best of the games, but still an okay-ish finishing from their side, as we do have Knights and HQA against each other. HQA 2 was doing so good in the league stage, but so far in the grand finals, they're not really able to prove themselves. This is their chance to prove themselves against the players of Knights.
Oh, I don't like Knights' positioning. I don't know why they decided to put themselves here in between 2 different teams. Xenox in the backline, that was their cover. is knocked, so the Knights are going to have to fight two teams potentially at the same time. They take down one member of HQA. They need to get a little bit of aggressive. So you see Dope playing way too passive. They're missing out on a huge chance here, but it works out for the Knights as they take out Polar Ace. And the Coops stepping up, making all the openings for the team, and that is HQA eliminated. It is a 3v3 between Dope and the Knights now.
Yeah, Knights, they're definitely looking quite hungry for blood, and they will have to. A 3-on-3 situation. Dope again, sort of the circle shifting away from them, so Dope, they will now need to make a rotation, and this is quite risky too. The player almost got caught off guard, as Knights now, as I said, they're not going to stop. They're going to keep the pedal to the metal. Knights, they're feeling it. They want this chicken dinner really badly too. They're desperate because they got kicked out of the top 5. Knights, they're currently sitting in 6th spot, and Knights, that's something that's not going to be something that Knights want.
No, not at all. So the Knights have to move into the wide open, but we know the gun skill out of the Knights. All they need is a second to shoot back, and they will get that knock. Coops is still up for the team. If Coops could pull out something huge here, it could be the game-winning play. You see how, I don't want to stay scared, but how respected Dope is of the Knights team. They're taking those quick peeks. They're not risking anything. Coops almost goes down, but a player of Dope almost goes down as well. The trades are even. Tensa, however, gets knocked on the cross. 2v3 situation. It comes down to Chico and Coops to make something happen now.
Oh, if Knights do lose this, I don't know how they will, but yeah, this is something I really thought Knights will be winning, but so far, Dope, they get a huge advantage on their side. Knights too, they'll need to cross out in the open. Dope, they're currently controlling the entire Prime's positioning, and it seems like Knights, they're going to lose this one. It's all down to Coops now, the final man alive, and all eyes on him. Coops, I mean, he is the man on a mission without a doubt. He is this rising star in this entire squad of Knights, and now all 3 players, eyes locked on to Coops. They know where the final man is too, but Coops still finds one, but that's all he's gonna get. Dope, they wipe out the existence of Knight in 2nd spot, but still a solid game from the side of Knights.
Yeah, good game for Dope. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. That should have been Knight's game though. Earlier we saw when Xenox was knocked in that spot, he was in the prime position on the next circle shift, and the Knights, like I said, put themselves in between HQA and Dope. I'm not sure what led to that positioning, so the Knights kind of threw that game, but even if you consider that a throw, that was a really good game on probably one of the most insane games of Miramar that we will ever see. So they did what needed to be done. They kind of dropped the ball on the chicken, but hey, they're back in that top 5.
And look at Opa with most nade eliminations too from the side of the Chosen, as we do have Caspers twice over there with most eliminations and most damage too, 647. Longest elimination this time is going to be taken by Mayo, because we saw Vamp, no matter what sort of fights they were in, they always like to engage in those long range fights. They don't really like to go in head on head. And I personally feel like that's something that's really holding off Vamp, because we saw them just winning those fights flawlessly against the players of BTOWN. So just try to go aggressive, man, because at this point it's going to be next to impossible for you guys to make it, so just, you know, just mess around.
But more importantly, I think, you know, the leaderboards near the top has once again been shaken up. Now, game 1, I could kind of keep track because everyone that needed to be up there in the finals was up there, but now we had a little mix of things. So we're going to go for a quick little break as we tally up the points, and we'll come back with the analyst, break everything down.
Choosing the right grips in PUBG Mobile. There are a total of 6 grips in the game, each with its own pros and cons. Let's start with the vertical grip. As the name suggests, it helps you control the recoil of the gun by reducing its upward kick. We have the angled foregrip for you, which reduces the left-right movement whilst shooting. Then again, it won't be of any help to control the vertical recoil. Thus, players who use gyroscopes to control recoil, they receive significant benefits from it. Now, half grip is the one that functions like an all-rounder by reducing both the vertical and horizontal recoil up to an extent. It doesn't equal a vertical or an angled grip combined, but as the name suggests, it brings down the overall recoil by a small factor. Although the half grip may sound perfect, it also comes with the downside of reducing the overall stability of the gun. Light grip, on the other hand, is the counterpart of half grip, which doesn't help with recoil control, but greatly increases the stability of the gun. It means that Light Grip lets you be more accurate with your shots when you have already mastered recoil control. Thumb Grip is one of the most common grips found on the battleground that helps you aim faster when you tap the ADS button. This is best for SMGs and close quarter fights where you need fast reflexes over accuracy. The grip also reduces the recoil and increases the stability slightly. The last one in today's lesson is the Laser Grip, which is only helpful for hip firefights. This grip reduces the bullet spread while you move and shoot using the crosshair. It serves as a great attachment for secondary weapons like SMGs, when you need to clutch fights in close range. So, there's a variety of options here to support your playstyle. Pick yours carefully to outskill and outmaneuver your opponents every time.
Welcome back, everybody. Match number 2 is in the books, and we got so much to talk about. Before we do that, though, of course, I got to give a big thank you to none other than Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner here in the PMPL. So, XSET goes out first. That opens the door for a lot of teams to try and catch up to them for that race for first place. Also, Dope Esports get a massive chicken dinner here. I mean, they needed this one if they want to make top 5. In all honesty, they need to win a couple more, I think, here, 7. Don't you think?
Yeah, you know what? I'll talk more about them when they get another chicken dinner. Right now, it feels like it's a little bit too late for me, Glitter. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, it's 7.
Yeah,
so
Knights, look at Knights though. Knights being able to bounce back with the 19 total points. Mezexis to the 12 points. Mezexis' consistency has been great. Now, I will talk about this team helping Quit Addiction. This team, I think, was 20 points ahead from Dope Esports going into that last match. So that's why I'm kind of not giving Dope Esports that much rate. I want to see more. I want to see more, then I'll start talking about you. Helping Quit Addiction, though. This kind of stuff will get you closer to that top 5. Polar Race with 10. The Chosen as well. I mean, all these teams. But I do have to mention, Glitter, Nova Esports didn't really capitalize the way I wanted them to, with XSET being able to get out of that match super early on.
You know, I think they tried with the elimination side of things. They just weren't able to nail down those placement points, which is kind of surprising when it comes to Nova. I feel like HQA is now leaning towards that more placement point heavy side of things. They're definitely playing safer. They're playing a little bit smarter. I think they're just trying to do whatever they can to chip away at that small lead that was above them. So we'll have to see what this game ended up doing when you take into consideration that Borg Protocol only got 3 points. Look all the way down at the bottom. WallStreetBets, big fat goose egg right next to XSET. And obviously for XSET, it's not as important. It just kind of continues to shrink down the lead they have over Nova. But for WallStreetBets, that could be absolutely detrimental because they were one of those teams in that very, very small window of points that's trying to get back into the top 5 that they were once in.
Yeah, and one of the things with this team is, I was saying at the beginning of the show, yesterday they didn't have a hot start. I think yesterday they also ended up with a 13th place finish and a 12th place finish with 0 elims. I think pretty much a goose egg game too. Miramar, not their strongest, okay? I think we have pretty much narrowed it down to that. Going into Erangel, still one of their strongest matches, but it is going to be better than the Miramar, I hope, because that team needs to start performing, Glitter. We need to start seeing some kind of points, whether it's placement points, whatever it might be, we need to start seeing some of that. And some of the other teams, I do have to mention Vamp. This team was able to gatekeep Lazarus and stop Lazarus from getting those points. Remember, we're talking about some of those second page teams are going to be playing that spoiler role, going to be playing that role of, hey, you know, we are still here and we can stop you from getting those points. So I feel like Vamp, it's going to become one of those teams today. Dope Esports, honestly, if they can continue on this performance, they will get out of that role and become a contender role. So I'm really looking forward to seeing if that team can actually become a contender, Glitter.
If that somehow happens, if we are in the last day of finals and somehow everybody else allows Dope to come from the second page, I don't even know what to do with this league anymore, okay? Because you can see the top damage here. Everything pretty close, at least. I mean, Dope getting almost the 1,800, Knights at the 1,500 mark, Nova able to put it 1,400. We saw right there at the end of the highlights too how Nova was ended by Polar Ace, 6 elims, but the Chosen, 6 elims, and they were very, very important elims. Of all of the points for the Chosen are massive, and I'm sure we'll be able to get to see that reflected in the overall as well. But you were talking about it, Seven. Vamp's having very strong performances, and I feel like every time we catch up with Vamp, they're running into somebody who matters in some fashion for those overall standings.
Yep.
So if Vamp becomes that spoiler team, not only is it benefiting them, but it's also completely shaking up all the standings.
It's going to make that top teams just closer and closer, and I'm not going to have any nails by the end of the day.
You never know which bottom team is going to be the one to spoil things for the squads at the top, except 19 Esports. Those guys are free points pretty much at this point. I hate to say it, but it is true. Now I want to take a look at a fight that we saw, to the Chosen, XSET, and WallStreetBets. Glitter, I know you want to take a close look at this one, so why don't you break it down for us?
This is what I was talking about, okay? When we were looking at some of the stats for the Chosen and XSET, this is why XSET was one of those teams down there at the bottom with the goose egg. I mean, okay, to be fair though, I don't think that any of us saw this happening. The opening nade out of Oppa was huge, giving a massive advantage to the Chosen. But of all teams to go up against XSET, and do you see how fast that happened? Just instantly melting XSET, the top squad in the lobby right now.
4, that's what I'm talking about. Let's take a look at the Knights' total stats so far for the finals. This is day 1, day 2, and the games we played so far. Set. I mean, this is like almost looks like a team stats. This is ridiculous, 7.
Oh, wow. I mean, Coops, what are you doing? And Xenox, Xenox has been able to perform too. Tensa, so far today, he's been able to get at least 3 elims. Chico, though, after 2 games, you've only been able to get 1. Man, I really hate doing this to players. But right now, with the way everything is so close, Chico needs to start performing a lot more. I know he plays a support role, but when you see the stats, for a support player, you want to definitely see a lot more damage. And right now, Xenox is being able to get more damage. And then with Tensa, I'm not sure what's currently going on within that team. Hotjuice, remember, this is one of the newer additions to this team. I'm wondering if we're still maybe adjusting to it, trying to get used to how they're playing. But this is not the Tensa we're used to seeing either. I expected a lot higher numbers out of Tensa, and right now it's not working.
Yeah, I think that's one squad we could be hypercritical of. Tensa, he's the IGL. He's got to make the calls and make plays, but we've seen him do it before. So I think it's fair to be able to make that criticism on the Knights. We want to see you guys in the top 5. Please do it, right? Let's go ahead and take a look and see who's in the top 5. Where is everybody at here as we look at the overall leaderboard so far? Ooh. And things are still they're shaking up big time. Game by game by game, 7.
They really are. This is what can happen just within one game. This is how close everything is. Knights jumping from that 6th place to now a 4th place and creating a bit of a gap there. Boring Protocol being able to maintain that 5th place. And if we go to the top, by the way, XSET, even though they did get out early, they still have a nice lead against Nova. Mezexis too with 149. If we keep going down, Lazarus, WallStreetBets keeps falling. Glitter. I don't know what's going to happen, honestly. I don't even know which top 5 teams are going to be going to PMPL Americas.
This is scarier earlier on in the day than I thought it was going to be. I'm still very impressed with the Chosen, considering they're one of the few squads up there right now that don't have any chicken dinners either. But look at the massive jump up. I just heard you say it too, Jukes, from Dope after that chicken dinner. And I don't know. Okay, it's more upsetting. How are you the only team on the bottom page? How are you even on the bottom page with 2 chicken dinners? Well, everyone else around you is a big old goose egg on those chicken dinners. That is the worst type of perfect example when it comes to that inconsistency, those yo-yo teams that we talk about all the time, 7. Because if Dope were able to perform like they just did more frequently, they wouldn't even be on this 2nd page.
Yup, and something with, 16th place. They were playing, I think, with only just 3 players on that last match. So you were talking about free points, Hot Jukes. If I'm a team, if I notice that, you best believe I'm going to try to get those free points.
Yeah, no excuse to be able to have 3 players here at this stage, you know, and I think that's totally right. That's the name you get, and we'll see if they're going to be able to hold on. And I'm talking about, of course, the top squads. Dope Esports, by the way, they need chicken dinners. Have to have it if they want any chance at the top 5. Thank you so much, 7. Thank you so much, Glitter. It's the last day, and we are in match number 3. We're almost halfway through this whole thing. I can't believe it. I don't want it to end. It's too good. Let's bring in our casters here for one more. And now it's Span Cargo and Necro. Y'all have some fun in Erangel.
Thank you so much, Jukes. Yeah, I can't believe it either, actually. I'm finally here, though. I ended up choosing Lazarus for today because I'm a little bit surprised in their positioning on the overall leaderboard throughout this entire event so far. They've been pretty consistent, right? And now we're seeing them a little bit lower on that board than we were expecting out of that 5th place positioning. So I'm keeping an eye specifically on them. Of course, there's a ton of teams at this point that are just fighting for those top 5 points. Even at this point, I'm a little worried for XSET. I was like, oh, I don't have to watch XSET anymore, right? They're comfortable. They have such a huge gap. The gap is now only 20 points. Started the day with like 70-point gap. It's so much smaller.
I mean, XSET having 2 bad games, and that's now the result. Having a bad Sanhok game, having a bad Miramar game, and I'm not gonna lie, Circle just played with all of the players' emotions. I mean, Circle was something that none of us expected. Some of the most off circles I've ever seen, and I am absolutely down for that too. Now, the play-in flat path so far has started all the way from north, and just throw the circle down south now. Just give me a military-based circle. That's what I'm really looking out for, because the teams will again be screwed heavily and a big time.
I mean, that was definitely the theme yesterday, right? The plane path and the circle are just polar opposites of each other, so that is a huge potential once again. And this also means a lot of those teams that goes onto that military island, they're going to have to be going for a big rotation on this. That's going to be Mezexis and a couple of other teams that are going to be having to make big rotation. But these teams, they're used to that. So the plane is going to end. Our first circle is going to reveal itself, and it's, it's not terrible.
It's standard.
Yeah, no. Yeah, standard, you're right. It's not as far north as the last one that we ended up seeing yesterday. It's not a military island, so people should be pretty comfortable with this one, honestly. We're going to see a lot of potentially just like calm looting at the beginning here. Everybody kind of like getting what they want, kind of feeling out the circle before they're going to figure out their spot inside of this zone. It does look like Mezexis XSET are getting a little bit close to each other, though.
Yeah, the Chosen near school too. They're probably going to be chilling right in the center spot as well. They won't really need to move out that quickly. They won't really have a lot of pressure. And talk about Dope having a bad start. I mean, winning that previous game, and in this one, they're having a bad start. Hot and cold is what the analyst said. Dope, I mean, having 2 chicken dinners on their name, still on the latter half of the board. That is a prime example of an inconsistent team. And yeah, Dope again, just having a really bad start. And 4Pros was the one who was able to capitalize.
Yep, they're down to 3 people left. Driving off of that, though, it looks like they're going to be able to stay away from each other for now. That was kind of the altercation I was expecting between Mezexis and XSET. Clearly, both teams going for the same vehicles around that shelter area, but it looks like they were able to stay away from each other, not get in that early fight. 19 Esports as well, with only 3 people. Otherwise, everybody else, they were able to spread out enough. They're still holding on to all 4 of their members. Does look like 4Bros and Dope, of course, did do a lot of damage to each other. Master's OP, you could see him running by with barely any HP. There's that fight, and of course, Master OP getting that knock and elimination with the pump shotgun. So that was just a quick and easy one, honestly. They were trying to send somebody over here, maybe into 4Bros territory, to be able to loot up at least one of their buildings, but it just did not work out.
And yeah, well, here we go. Watch PMPL to win these great rewards, ladies and gentlemen. And make sure to just tune in into your esports center inside the in-game. And you guys will be able to claim these nice little skins for you guys, you know? Something to give back to the community, not just to the players. And yeah, there we go. Claim those. Those are all yours, free, right? Might as well just try to get those. But yeah, Mezexis is in front of us, and look at Peralta just crossing over on the other side of the bridge. But unfortunately this time, he will be caught off guard. XSET also having a casualty on their side, but also able to get another knockout. And XSET, what's going on? How are they able to have so many questionable starts so far? Again, getting dismantled, down to a 2-man squad, handicapped big time.
Yeah, the other 2 are nowhere close. That's going to be it. They're going to have to continue the rest of this match as the 2-man. G7, I was going to question whether or not he was going to run over there, maybe see if he can do anything about it, but it doesn't look like he is, at least for now, unless he's going to utilize his vehicle to do so. the good thing is, I will say, out of all of this, 3 games where they didn't do well, they did play the last 2 days so phenomenally that they do have that padding, right, Necro? I mean, at this point, that first place spot after this game might be taken from them with only that 20-point gap. After this, they're going to have to go on ahead and get back in their groove. But because they ended up doing so well the last couple of days, they kind of granted themselves this padding for today. Oh,
and look at this little replay. This is how the fight really went off. And yeah, JV decided not to really move out from that vehicle, and that's why he just got knocked out. He was a still target, and an easy capitalization from the side of Mezexis. A great 2-man wipe instantly coming in. Mezexis having a great start so far. All 4 players up to an XSET. Oh boy, I mean, you talk about the padding. Honestly, if any of the teams in the top 5, they get that chicken dinner, XSET's position will potentially be compromised. I mean, chicken dinner means probably you're going to get those 20 plus points. So yeah, that'll get a little too close for comfort.
Yeah, that's why after this match, they can't do that anymore. They're going to be jumped after this match if they're taken out any earlier. It does look like SB will be spotted out too. This is the team. 19 Esports only has 3 people in there, and looks like BTOWN, they're making their rotation out of that southern Georgia Pool area into this crates, and they want this fight to happen. They want these points. BTOWN, they seem pretty hungry. They've been getting in a lot of early fights, I will say. It does look like going for the risky business of going all the way up to the top here. That's going to be an easy spotting for 19 Esports. Oh no, wow. But also the opposite. That was such a good spotting for Brer there, and that means that there's only 1 member left of 19 Esports.
Yeah, Brar doing some great job from the high ground, able to convey a lot of info without a doubt. And now Brar as well is going to be quite vulnerable. And there we go, great capitalization from the side of Salty. Now all he's looking for is that confirmation, but Brar too, he's playing this one out quite well. Salty, will he try to cross on over? Because if he does, that'll be one of the most rookie mistakes in Salty. Now, all he wants to do is try and do as much damage as possible. As I mentioned this in the previous game too, 19 Esports at this point in time, they have no job in the game here. Even if they do not really play at the upcoming games, it's not going to matter because they're all the way in the bottom of the leaderboard, and they're pretty much like free eliminations in the lobby.
Ooh, and that's it. BTOWN, they're going to be able to pick up those 3 elimination points this time. It does look like they kind of gathered the attention of the team right beside them. The Panthers, yeah, we're going to jump on over to him. Poppy, he was getting really close. I guess they realize now that the fight is over, though, so they don't want to go on ahead and continue to be driving towards that. The best situation is if they definitely just third party off of it, but it was too late, so they're just going to go back on their way, doing their own business, finding where they want to play inside of this zone. That's where we're at this point. It is past the looting phase. We're 7 minutes in, right, Necro? So everybody at this point have moved to the spot that they want to try to hold for wherever the second zone shift is. And this body of water, the river going through the middle, that's what everybody is going to have on their mind for this first one. Should we play up to the northern side or the southern side? It's going to be half and half for the circle and for where these teams are going to be splitting.
Polar race right there. Look at Vamp. Oh, a rotation out in the open. Rage catching a lot of bullets. Still down to half HP though, so that's something Rage can try and work off of with Mayo, as well as still alive. And Vamp, another one of those teams that, again, is not really in contention for the top 5, just here for the experience and maybe in the future lines to improve themselves even more. So yeah, at this point in time, teams like Vamp, they're just here to do some damage and gain that experience. The Panthers, though, still in contention. If they do have some great upcoming games, then the Panthers will have a huge chance in trying to capitalize the top 5.
That's why they're playing this pretty carefully. I like this what they have going on too, but actually, there's action already. Boring Protocol Spec, unfortunately, getting caught out in the open all by himself by 4 bros. They're just driving at him super aggressively in that position. The rest of Boring Protocol, you can see them in the distance. They were nowhere close to be able to support their teammates. He is crawling away at this point, though. They're trying to take some shots in that direction, hoping that they won't be able to peek over that little ridge and get that flush, but I feel like it might be inevitable. 4 bros are moving on their way, though. Lori's gonna pop over some smoke, though. I feel like they really want to go on ahead and get this elimination before they move on, but the rest of Boring Protocol are doing a really good job at kind of providing some cover for Boring Protocol. Sam L actually grabbing his vehicle. I wonder if he's kind of looking on over, seeing if he can make a move over there to try and save his teammate.
Yeah, 4Bros really do want to get that elimination too. So look at Leon as well. Spreading out quite well. I like the thought process and the fight from the side of 4Bros. The way they're spreading out, they want to find a counter to the positions off the players of Boring Protocol, and our Boring Protocol aware of how well 4Bros are spread out. Spec slowly and steadily is bleeding out, so that means the time as well is running away. So Bop, at this point, Spec has to be a gone case. Because Spec is just behind that little vehicle trying to buy as much time as possible, but I don't feel like it's going to be any way near possible to get that man back up. So 4Bros, easy confirmation on their side. Samuel too, quite a risky rotation, but he's not going to catch any sort of bullets on himself.
Actually, 4Bros, they ended up making a rotation across this mountain into Samuel's position. They were being super aggressive against Boring Protocol. Leon did get knocked, but they should be able to get that res. Boring Protocol was kind of pushed off of a lot of their territory, though. All of them having to play inside of that school area now. And here's a little bit of that replay. I said, look at 4Bros, how aggressive they are. Yeah, they literally just drove on in there and got Spec. They wanted that elimination, being super aggressive against Boring Protocol as well. Oh man, I'm like curious now if Boring Protocol, I wonder if 4Bros is going to just try to be kind of hunting them out or holding them out this entire time at this point now, having their spot up on top of this hill. The zone did pop, by the way, and they're actually inside of the zone on the southern side. This next one, more on the northern side of this next river. It looks like Boring Protocol, excuse me, 4Bros spotted out their next targets, though. WallStreetBets hiding up on the northern side of Rozhok here. 4Bros, what is happening? They have something inside of them. They were being very aggressive.
They indeed are, as 4Bros, look at them just charging down the players of WallStreetBets. And 4Bros, it's like they've realized the games are running away from their hands. They will have to keep the pedal to the metal, and 4Bros, they're just sending it against any sort of teams they see in the front. And 4Bros, I love the aggression they're showing, and they're also able to win these fights, and that's something that's impressing me.
Oh my goodness. I mean, of course, if a team is just going to be driving straight at you in a fashion that you're not expecting whatsoever, that's going to kind of get a little bit of a jump on them. So the rest of WallStreetBets, they're just backing away from that one. They're like, I don't know what's happening with them, but they're crazy. I want out. Unfortunately, they did lose one, but they do have 3 still alive. So they had a big split, actually, with the northern side of Rozhok, 24K on the other side. And honestly, making this cross now probably isn't that bad of an idea anyway, since the zone is more towards that direction, as you can see here. So they're just going to go on ahead and meet up with him. Boring Protocol looks to be shooting towards 4Bros as well. At this point, I don't even know if you want the attention of 4Bros, because they clearly are just bloodthirsty. They just want to fight anybody that they see. They're just going to be driving straight towards.
Oh my god, look at the center of the circle. It's stacked up with a lot of teams. Polar Ace, WallStreetBets, Knights as well as right there. Nova, they still have to make it a little close. Knights already a great position they had to start this game off, and Knights, they were able to hold it off as well. But the circle shift this time is going to be going on the top left, so that means a lot of teams are indeed going to be caught off guard. BTOWN, with the rotation they try to make it in, they're going to be barely in on the northern edge of the zone, but the Panthers, they're currently controlling the prime spot.
Yeah, they have a really good compound actually up there. I like to see them kind of condensing as well. They did have 2 of those compounds more towards the center position, but they're going to go on ahead and pull towards the stronger one, making sure that if anything crazy happens, like a crash onto them, they're going to be prepared. You don't want to be too overextended, especially once we get to this circle 3. So I like to see them slowly getting together. Everybody else, on the other hand, they're trying to find better positions inside of this zone. Their previous spot that the Panthers had is already going to be taken by Polar Ace. They're Chosen now coming on in. This is another team that I specifically want to keep an eye on for being able to be so aggressive onto XSET, taking him out with a huge nade. And as of right now, it looks like they almost got in an altercation with the Knights, but they're heading straight towards HQA. Opa taking a ton of damage. So many teams actually driving out in the open at this point. This could be a situation where a lot of people are taken out on rotation, all their vehicles smoking. It's a hard one at this point.
It is a send it moment without a doubt. It's a do or die, and Opa unfortunately gets caught out in the open. The vehicle was something could have almost blown up as well. So Opa, that was a great knockout onto him. As we do have Mayo using SKS, one of the weapons that's quite rarely being used in the battlegrounds, and I'm happy to see it coming back as well. So we do have them, do have the players on the side of Vamp trying to utilize it. taking little shots in the back as well, as we do see the players of Polaris. The Chosen in the front, all three are just lined up back to back. And Kiyoshi, if he steps out of his comfort zone, if he oversteps himself, indeed, he will instantly be taken out as well. Exposes himself quite a bit there. Kiyoshi catches some return bullets, and that nade is going to catch him as well. A great capitalization from the side of Polaris, or from the side of the Chosen.
Yeah, that was a great nade coming through from Godfan. Also helps out his teammate from behind as well, making sure Gaji's not going to go down on that one. For now, they're safe once again, except Polaris, they're continuing to kind of want to get in that area. We can hear fighting happening elsewhere, though. Don't know quite where that's coming from as the Chosen. I mean, they're in a safer place for now. Polaris, though, right above them. Yeah, they can. Polaris is going to try to make sure that they don't go for it, though.
I don't think so Polaris are even aware of the fact that Opa just went down, but oh no, bled out, unfortunately. Opa tried to crawl, but the Chosen a little too late in making that capitalization. So yeah, the Chosen now down to a three-man squad, but still, this three-man will need to now play things really passive and slow, and being way too much cautious, as we do have the players of BTOWN against the players of Lazarus. Brar currently taken down a half HP. Kaseki tosses in that nade, no connections found, as Brar's going to be the final man alive, and he can try to go for some damage plays indeed, as Lazarus, look at that flashbang. That's something I've not really seen being utilized in the battlefield, and what?
It didn't matter.
Brar!
Wow. Does not matter that he is Flash. He's going to be able to take down Lazarus just like that. It was a 1v1 situation. Lazarus, I'm so sad to see it. They did have a potential of getting into that top 5, but as of right now in that 7th place position, they still do, but they're just making it harder for themselves, it seems, from all of the games today. Haven't been doing too well so far. BTOWN, though, I feel like we've been able to see them getting a good amount of fights so far, even though, of course, in that 14th place. The zone did shift away from that fight, though, while it was happening, back down to the southern side. So once again, a good amount of people finding themselves kind of homeless in this situation, needing to kind of make these rotations to try and find a new one. That's why we're seeing Mezexis over here on the eastern side kind of getting a little bit too close for comfort for WallStreetBets, trying to kind of get information by driving around in their vehicles, but they're realizing it's just a little bit too full. So it seems like they're going to be able to take the fight, actually, as they make a rotation up onto the hill above them. I like to see how Mezexis is doing this, trying to kind of surround them, kind of trying to coerce them to come out of their compound, their little building here, so that Mezexis can get the first knock.
But again, WallStreetBets too, they're staying quite composed. They're not really letting that composure overtake them. And as WallStreetBets, they're just going to try to hold their ground. And finally, we do see the players of Mezexis closing up, just ramming their vehicles in that house, as we do have Yahir going for a nade toss inside the little closet room. Might just catch one of the players off guard as well. Deals quite a lot of damage. Yahir now spots out the players in the front, goes for a little bit of pre-fire, but again, no connections found on both the sides. WallStreetBets indeed pushed out of their comfort zone.
Oh no. Yeah, looks like at least one of them is outside, though. The knock does come through. Remix getting a knock on Estivo. Looks like 24K tried to make something happen, pushes out of the compound, but unfortunately, Yahir is going to be able to shut that down. Nemesis, the last one alive, does get a knock into Peralta, but that is it. They will be able to get that res, and now that compound right inside zone is theirs. Knights is actually lurking in the distance right beside them, though.
Yeah, a little bit of miscommunication on the side of Mezexis. That was a team knock right there, and now this is going to give such a huge opening for the side of the Knights as well, as we do see in the kill feed. The Chosen going up against the players of Vamp. This might as well be another interesting fight, because the Chosen currently sitting on 6th spot. They just need to topple over one more position in the overall rankings, and to do so, they will have to play things out so safe and sound, as we do have Mezexis in the sandwich between the players of Nova and Knights. And look at Mezexis. Yeah, they're actually being so proactive and aggressive.
You love to see this. I mean, the Knights, they wanted to be proactive, right? Because it's Mezexis. Knights wanted to take this fight, but it ended before they could actually get there. And now they're driving around those vehicles still. Mezexis doing a really good job and making sure that nobody's getting close to them, spotting out Nova and being so aggressive that chases them off as well. Nova, they're going to entirely disengage from that, and that's going to give Mezexis a space that they're clearly wanting to be able to heal on up and kind of reset before they're going to have to leave this compound when this next zone shift happens. It looks like the Knights, though, they're not going to go away as easily. Coops is still lurking, trying to get a knock into at least one of them, but this time it works. Peralta getting cut out.
Oh, he does, and Coops will instantly get a confirmation too, as Peralta down and dusted from the game. The Panthers having one elimination. The Chosen down to a 2-man squad. That's something the Chosen did not really expect. But look at that. Force Frost is still knocked out. Godfan is the only man left to life. The solo man on a mission. As the Panthers, somewhere down the line, they do have a little bit of expectations. Yep, there we go. Final man as well will be taken out. The Chosen this time getting eliminated quite early. And this is not a sort of a hit that the Chosen wants to take.
And the Chosen, that is unfortunate. They are now out. So many people are still up on that corner of the world, though. We have the Panthers, Vamp, Polar Ace, HQA, all right next to each other. Of course, Mezexis, they also got the short end of the stick. Their compound, their little building, not inside of this next zone either. In the Knights, they ended up having a pretty good spread. That Tensa Chico, they were already inside of this next one. So that's just going to make it even harder for Mezexis to try and get inside of this next one. They do already have the smokes out. They're clearly trying to move up on top of the hill beside them. And the Knights, it looks like they weren't able to spot them out because of their utility usage. Moving forward, though, they might not have the smokes that they need. It looks like Chronix or Polar Ace, they made a big crash kind of happen. What else were they going to do except try and crash for it? One of them is going to be able to stay alive in this situation, but Boarding Protocol is going to start trying to nade them out because this is Boarding Protocol's location first.
And look at it in the kill feed too. We do see XSET against the players of Vamp. And XSET, they wipe out Vamp as well. It's now Polar Ace, and this fight is getting a little too close. As Boring Protocol, they will wipe out Polar Ace. Bob doing such a great job in this game, putting in a lot of work indeed on the final day. Bob, they need all sort of points without a doubt. Mezexis, they spot out the players of Nova just driving around in the buggies and vehicles. As Mezexis now slowly and steadily, they're crumbling down as well.
Yeah, it's just one of them left, and Uhir is actually out of there. He decided to just leave from that altercation with Nova. He's going to be driving right by the Knights, though. Oh, he takes a little bit of damage. He's just clearly trying to find somewhere to play in the middle of nowhere, and so many bullets are just raining upon him that it's just not going to work out. Acer actually gets that last elimination. Mezexis is out. 7 teams are now left alive, and that is going to be the opening that the Panthers actually wants. They're going to go ahead and move on and kind of take that position that he previously was trying to grab. And this entire middle portion of the circle is barely playable. It's just out in the open. A couple of rocks that you kind of saw there on that rotation, but that is it. So most of the fighting is going to happen far on this northern side, far on the southern side, and maybe because of that, the Knights might be in a great position to kind of just wait for all the other fighting to happen. Boring Protocol and Nova starting to fight between themselves as Dope pulls up onto the ridge. The 4 bros is trying to play for themselves.
4 bros, all 4 players up, and they're looking like a 4-man strong squad. Moving in, slowly and steadily approaching the players of Dope, as they do have an in their hands as well. Master OP, there we go, tosses in that one, catches one of the players. Dope now, they're going to be dismantled, and there we go. Dope, they will eventually fall down to 4 bros. They're just out for blood. They're on a manhunt.
They really are. I really want to see what they're going to try to do next. They're already getting knocks into the Panthers as well. They'd eliminate an entire team and get 2 knocks into the Panthers. There's only 1 member of the Panthers left up down the northern side. 4 bros, they're just killing it with how many eliminations they're getting and how they're playing this game as of right now. I also love to see that Leon, he's making a push on over towards Boring Protocol, doing a little bit of damage. He knows that his team is going to have to move soon, so he's trying to push his way through for his team. The Nova, though, also trying to find their own spot inside the zone, getting close to the Knights once again. Knights, they only lost Tensa so far, though. 3 of them are still up, and Nova cannot say the same. It's to QZ. You see him prepping this nade. This could be a huge one into Coops. And unfortunately, it doesn't look like it's going to hit.
Oh. QZZ tossing some smokes on it too, but Knights, they're going to have to pedal to the metal. They realize it's their time to make a push. If they're not going to happen, then Knights, they will be in a lot of much more trouble. QZZ has to be a man that will need to be pushed. He's down to such low HP, does not really have a lot of bullets left as well in the UMP, and eventually he will also fall down. That's going to be it for the side of the Knights, getting eliminated on 5th spot, still doing a great job in this game.
Oh man, that just gives the opening for HQA to make a rotation towards the Knights on this northern side. I like to see that the Knights are trying to be active and making sure that nobody's going to make a push onto them. They left Chico up on the northern side, holding HQA from afar, and that's going to make sure that HQA can't come any closer. Boring Protocol still being aggressive towards the Panthers. Unfortunately, actually, we didn't see this happen, but 4Bros must have been taken out by Boring Protocol as well. So we're down to our last 3 teams now as the Panthers are now eliminated. It's down to 4 members of HQA, 3 for Boring Protocol and 3 for the Knights. Knights, again, being aggressive, trying to toss a bunch of nades as possible towards HQA because they're the next threat, sharing the closest area to themselves. Boring Protocol, they're still safely inside of their compound, right? They still have that hard cover. They're just going to wait for this fight to really start popping off in the kill feed, and then I'm sure Boring Protocol is going to leave those buildings as fast as they possibly can.
They will have to. Knights 3 players up. HQA, finally, this is the HQA that we saw in the league stages, and now we're seeing that glimmers back again, HQA. But is it too late to step things up as Knights is currently in the front lines, and Knights might just be able to pull it off away from them as Bop as well. Bop, Knights, and HQA, these 3 teams, man. Things are going to get way too close. Bop as well, they are really looking to take that top 5 spot. And so far, they've been looking pretty okay. Knights, they got pushed up before that previous game, and now they're back in. So I want to see how Knights, they're going to be defending their spot.
Well, we do know that they're going to actually have to take a fight with HQA to their north and Boring Protocol to their south at the same time. This zone shift favored them in that they're inside of it, right? They're right next to it, but Boring Protocol needs to push towards them. So they're just gonna full on push, trying to get runovers with their vehicles. It looks like they will work, getting a knock into at least Chico here, but Coops being able to trade it back, getting a knock into Sam L. It seems like they're down to a 2v2 fight. No way, another one from the Knights goes down. I think Coops is now the last one alive, trying to turn this around to 1v1. HQA can see them slowly pushing on over as fast as they can, trying to third party this fight as well because they want to make sure that the game ends right with this game. Ooh, those nades almost catching out Coops. Coops versus Acer left over here on this eastern side. I think Acer and Coops are trying to take this a little bit more slow though, now that they're getting shot at by HQA from afar, but they're in their vehicles. They're gonna make this push. This is basically HQA's game. They have to be careful though because there are 2 little solos left, and Coops actually might be getting this res.
But again, I feel like HQA, they should have capitalized on this way before. They had a huge opportunity too, but it's okay. The man just backs up on his feet, instantly gets knocked out again. Xenox will fall down. Now it's all down to Coops. Try and clutch this one out. Has to be next to impossible. 4 men just approaching right on top of you as the Coops. There's going to be a lot of pressure surmounting. There you go. The Coops is going to be finally going to be cracking under that pressure, as that now it's going to be all down to the final man alive from the side of Pop. Acer currently in the elimination leaderboards as well. He's able to find G-Man. Now he needs to face the 3 players, but that's going to be next to impossible. HQA finally stepping things up.
I'm so happy that they finally made that push. I'm a little bit surprised that they didn't go ahead and grab their vehicles and just go a little bit sooner, because it was just so clear that it was just their job to clean that up. 2 members of the Knights left, 1 member of Boring Protocol clearly weren't fighting anymore because they were so low. HQA finally made the move, and that was just a piece of cake. They did unfortunately lose 1 member though from Boring Protocol, so Boring Protocol and the Knights are still grabbing at those points, making sure that they're going to be climbing up that leaderboard, but HQA, that was much needed.
Much needed, but I do want to find out, is it too late to step things up? Because HQA, again, so far, they were not doing that hot in the overall ranking, so I don't know where this chicken dinner is going to be placing them in the overall ranking, as Acer is just going to be all over the place, even with the most nade eliminations, even in the highest damage, and even in the most elimination. This just in itself proves why Acer has been there on the elimination leaderboards from the side of Bob. He's able to do so much work for them.
I mean, and that was just so obvious. I really liked how Boring Protocol played that match, playing inside the safety of their compound, but also keeping at least a couple people spread out enough to be proactive in taking those fights around them. And they knew that they had to go on ahead and make that move when they did. So it's nice that they were able to secure that 2nd place.
Again, it's definitely quite cool. I do want to see, though, how the Chosen as well, they've placed themselves, because they got taken out quite early. But Ace-Pan will only be able to find that out when we push to the analyst desk, so it's time for us to push to the analyst desk, but after this short break.
When the battle is intense and the bullets are raining down, vehicles are one of the only options that can guarantee you a fighting chance. However, each vehicle is unique, hence it pays to know the details. When hell breaks loose on Erangel, you cannot stay exposed while traveling. You can put your faith in the UAS here. for its superior durability and cover. But it's not invincible. If you blow even one of its rear tires, it goes from an asset to a liability in an instant. To stay up and running, no matter how much hit your rear takes, the Dacia indeed comes as a savior. It can storm through the fields at top speed, even with 3 of its tires blown off. The only downside here is its off-road performance. However, when you are in a race against time, the Coupe is unbeatable. With its lightning-fast acceleration, it's your ticket to a narrow escape when you are bleeding at low HP. The buggy is great for scouting, and for a driver, it offers the best possible protection from the back. But the same cannot be said for the passenger. But PUBG Mobile offers even more choices apart from the ones we covered. Which one will you choose for your next trip to the safe zone?
Woo! What a finish! This is just getting too close for comfort there. Of course, I got to give a big thank you to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partners there. HQA with the massive chicken dinner. Saw a great performance from Boring Protocol. The Knights had some good points up there as well. I mean, this top 5 is just shaking up to be ridiculous, 7.
Just when we thought things could get spicier, just when we thought it was already gonna be mayhem, HQA decides to put themselves in that contention. Put themselves at the top with those 25 points, 10 elims. Boring Protocol, though, I mean, they're up there too. 21 points for them. This is going to be huge too. And Knights, this is kind of the Knights that we've been expecting. Yeah, they have not been able to get to get that chicken dinner here in this Erangel. But guess what? 16 points. I'm not going to be mad at that. The Panthers, 4 bros, Nova Esports there, being able to secure as well 9 points. And if we keep going down, by the way, BTOWN, 8 elims. Remember how we were talking about those spoiler rolls? Yeah, BTOWN is falling just right into that. Mezexis is topping off that top 8 there with the 6 points. And here, Glitter, here is when we see XSET. So far, XSET really not having one of the best days.
No, I feel like they keep having very unlucky situations happen to them. And speaking of teams that are having bad days, I hate that this is now how many times we've seen WallStreetBets down there with zeros, 7. And when they were originally, after that first day, one of the teams in the top 5 at the very top. And now we're here in day 3 and they just cannot catch a break. And as they continue to get these goose egg games, the teams that are around them in the standings at the same time are doing really well, creating a bigger gap, and things are starting to look a little bit grim for WallStreetBets.
Yeah, not sure what's going on with that team, but I mean, a completely different team than what we got a chance to see previously. I mean, honestly, I'm trying to put a finger on it. I just don't know. Maybe they're just being surprised by some of the other teams. I mean, we have seen Vamp be more aggressive too. Vamp is at the point where they don't even care. It doesn't really matter, right? What happens to them, they're willing to take a fight. We've seen what BTOWN was just able to do as well. Like all of these teams that we were talking about yesterday on the second page, they just got nothing to lose, so they're going to be playing crazier than what we have seen them play. Knights, though, for Knights to be able to knock off Nova, remember, at the end of the day, yes, right now we have, I think he's XSET at the top with Nova there in second place. Knights does want to catch up. A lot of people were expecting them to actually win this tournament, so maybe, who knows, maybe we'll get 3 chicken dinners in a row.
Boy.
Later
Oh boy.
from Knights. I'm just kidding. It might not happen with the way everybody else is playing.
It's just, honestly, I don't think it's possible. Like you're saying, because of the other squads around them. I mean, even when they have a good game, you've got Boring Protocol right there also having a good game. You've got HQA getting more. Look at the conversion straight. Just jump straight onto HQA. Look at the conversion for HQA with their damage and their elims. I mean, that's massive. Yes, good amount of damage coming out of Boring Protocol, a squad that needs the points if they want to stay in the top 5. 9 elims, that's fantastic. But then you've got squads like you were saying, 7, like 4 Bros and BTOWN absorbing so many points from the other teams that are also trying to fight their way into the top 5. You don't see the Chosen on here. You do see an incredible performance out of HQA. You do see Knights down there at the bottom, and while they're getting points, it's still not fully Knights caliber type performances. I mean, we're still waiting for them to be back in top form. So it's still anybody's game for me, Jukes.
100%. It is literally anybody's game. I mean, one really solid chicken dinner from just a few squads. We could see first place get taken. We could see, you know, top 5 slots get switched over. I mean, we're still halfway through this finals here. 3 more games left to go. A lot could happen. Now, I want to take a look at this last game that we just saw. 7, I know you want to take a close look at this fight we saw between WallStreetBets, Mezexis, Knights, Nova. A lot to take a look at. 7, take it away.
Yeah, fight that's, I mean, with 2 teams that are currently in contention, you see WallStreetBets just trying to hold off that house, and it's just not gonna happen. 24K, I felt like he should have been able to knock Yair when Yair had his back to him, but overall, Mezexis, I mean, this is kind of the stuff that we've been seeing out of Mezexis, and now we go to just Knights versus Nova. This is a fight that we've been talking about throughout the whole tournament, and now we're getting a chance to see it here on the final day as well. You see QC, man, those nades were just so short. I feel like if that would have been a little bit longer, it would have actually hit perfectly on Coops. It wasn't much. Coops, I do like the patience, and I do like something that you said when we were watching this fight, Glitter, and that was Coops didn't just go in crazy. He didn't go in too overconfident. He was patient, and it worked out perfect for them because Knights didn't end up losing any players that they didn't have to.
Yeah, they were really respecting the fact that they were going up against Nova, who's just been one of those top squads the entire time, and they waited to make sure that they had the duo from Knights before they pushed in on QZ, because you never know. We've seen QZ do crazier things. So it was a very smart and very mature decision and play there from Knights, which I like to see, because even if they're not doing great today, when we're moving into America, stuff like that, all those little tiny nuances, they matter.
Yep. Absolutely. I mean, you just saw how not scared they were, but respectful at the same time, because Koi, he was knocked right there. And you know he was giving comms over to QZ, but you know what? He said, Coops was like, nah, I can't waste even a second to get this thirst. I got to make sure we take QZ out now before this guy gets set up even further. You'd love to see that there from the Knights, and we love to see HQA popping off so far. That chicken dinner was a must need for them, and we could just see, oh man, looking like a roller coaster up to the top, Glitter.
Yeah, it started off a little grim. It started to get a little bit better. They had a bit of a dip, and then now they are just really starting to take off. And I will give credit is due, because before the show even started, we were all kind of talking about this, and Zute was the only one that was like, I don't know, HQA could kind of do something there. Even though they are on the second page, they're still pretty close, and I had my doubts, but HQA, ever the consistent squad, is managing to kind of mount a comeback now with all of these points. And you could see that even on the game that they dipped down in the elims, they at least had those 10 placement points, which kept them in a pretty solid spot. They only had one game out of these 5 where they had 1 bad placement points, and generally their total points has been, for the most part, trending upward. And when you take into consideration what they did yesterday, which was literally not a whole lot, this is everything that they could be asking for on the final day.
Everything indeed. So huge for Mezexis and Bop as well. Bop needed to put up some good performance, and I think they definitely did here. So then we're going to take a look at their stats so far for today, 7. What do you think?
Ooh, you know what? Carnage. That's what I think.
Carnage.
I want to see what Carnage has been doing, because this is one of the big question marks. Remember, for the longest time, I mean, it was Spec and it was Sam L, and we were talking about how Acer needed to step it up too, Carnage as well. And right now, everybody on the final day, when they needed to step up, they are currently performing, and I'm so happy to see Carnage being able to put up those kind of numbers, man. Makes me happy.
So huge for him. About time we see Papa show up here in the finals. Now let's take a look at the overall leaderboards to see where everything is shaking up here as we meet the halfway point in this final day. And the jumps from so many squads, Glitter.
I mean, Boring Protocol is now only 1 point behind Knights, so if Boring Protocol has another strong performance and Knights fall off, then they fall back into the 5th place spot, which is slowly getting closer and closer to HQA now. If HQA continues to be consistent, I mean, we are halfway through the day. They have a decent amount of time to continue getting points on the board. At this point, XSET and Nova pretty solidified, but we got to keep our eyes on that 5th through 8th place spot, because any chicken dinner for any of those teams completely changes everything.
Yeah, helping code addiction, 129. I mean, I don't know how I as a viewer, Glitter, I'm just loving this final day and how the performances all these teams are currently putting up. Not one is letting off the gas. I mean, Lazarus has fallen down a little bit there, but overall, intense stuff. And when we go here towards the second page, we were talking about some of those teams that were going to be spoilers, right? We're talking also our pick, WallStreetBets. Look how much now they have fallen off. If they even want to get a chance here, I honestly, I think they have to get a chicken dinner going into this next Sanhok, Glitter, because if they don't, I think it might be over for WallStreetBets.
Agree.
Honestly, they're 40 points away from 5th place at this point. And you know those top 5 teams are going to put up points themselves here in these next 3 matches. So I think it is chicken dinner time for WallStreetBets. Can they get it? We're going to find out here right now. Thank you so much, Seven. Thank you so much, Glitter. Let's go ahead and get the next match started. Match number 4. And this is an important one for all those teams. Got to get it done here and now. Clutch badges need to be earned. Speaking of our casters, of course, Span and Necro. Who's going to get the clutch badge this game? I want to know y'all's thoughts, and good luck.
Oh, I don't know about that one, Jukes. Honestly, the only thing that I keep thinking about, though, is that it is the 4th game, and it is Sanhok. So you just know that this is the last chance for any of these teams that need to have, like, a huge point game to do it in this one, right? I mean, this is where they're going to be able to go ahead and get those placement points. This is where they're going to be able to get in a lot of fights, get those elimination points. And taking a look at the people in top 8 right now, honestly, it's stacked. There's so many good teams that have now found themselves in that top 8. It just really does come down to every single point that they're able to grab. I feel like after this game, I feel like I'll have a better picture of who is in the best positions.
Oh boy, I mean, after that chicken dinner, HQA just catapult themselves all the way to 6th spot. Taking that spot away from the side of the Chosen, and now Chosen currently, they're sitting on 7th in the overall rankings. Oh my god, this is getting way too close. This is getting way too intense. Imagine we're sitting over here and our heartbeats are pumping. Imagine the players, man, the amount of pressure. They're probably sweating right now. The fingers are sweating. How are they going to hold the devices? Man, it's going to be getting so tough. I'm just down for it.
I hope that they're still composed enough, of course, to play the best that they can. Because, of course, when they play the best, then they know that they played the best. And then, of course, we get to watch some pretty good PUBG Mobile, right? So, win-win situation. But specifically why I said I feel like Sanhok is going to be the one where we get a little bit of a better idea is I feel like Sanhok has had kind of a good amount of unknowns when it comes to it in terms of who's going to get what points. And it's going to start off with the zone going all the way up to the north, and 4 Bros. 4 Bros are just going for it, Necro. 4 Bros landing directly on top of Lazarus. I think that they're basically trying to choose what fight, who is going to be making it into the top 5 at this point, going for them.
Oh, there we go. Finally, BTOWN fighting back in this one. I mean, it's not just Vamp, just like a wrecking ball wrecking the players of BTOWN. Instead, it's BTOWN as well, just replying back in style. Jeff able to get that opening with the DBS and was also able to back off on that one. So Jeff, yeah, for now is out of harm's way, and the man advantage too is in the hands of BTOWN.
Oh, that's going to continue to develop. It looks like BTOWN slowly moving forward, trying to go ahead and catch out one more member of Vamp now directly above them. BTOWN as well, especially in this last match, they have been really aggressive, so I'm not surprised to see them slowly being able to take down Vamp. But this is a fight that I really wanted to see. 4 Bros landing directly on Lazarus' drop spot here. Looks like Hiseki did get knocked, but the res came through. That or he's just super damaged. Purge going for the push onto Russ. Let's see if he's going to be able to get the knock. He is super low HP, but he can't go on ahead and take a look outside of that window without the rest of 4 Bros spotting him out. All of 4 Bros now kind of surrounded 2 of the Lazarus members inside of this warehouse. Hopefully Purge will be able to have a good spot to help them out, but Joey from the southern side will be able to start off getting the knock onto at least one. Lazarus now going for the push onto the 2 other members of 4 Bros, unfortunately getting Kiseki traded. You can see that Fears is trying to go on ahead and hold them off from the push happening. Purge getting a knock on Russ as well. Oh, Lori goes down too. That means that there's only one left. Master OP trying to use that nade, trying to do damage to Lazarus, but that is it. 4 Bros tried to do damage to Lazarus, but Lazarus shut that down. They said, no way are you going to do that to us.
Yeah, not this time, buddy. Not this time. And this fight, again, is still continuing between the players of Vamp and BTOWN. Oh boy, Brar goes down. Look at Swins with a great off angle to play around with, also having a huge high ground. We'll be able to gain a lot of info without a doubt. BTOWN at the front, all 4 players up. Vamp down to just the one last man alive. Swins, unfortunately. What just happened to Vamp? I mean, I thought Vamp was one of those teams that was able to win over and over again, but BTOWN finally coming back in style with full force and able to wipe out the players of Vamp, and it's all down to Swins. That nade was quite close. Gonna find one, potentially find the second one too, but Jeff with a great cover fire will shut the final man down to Vamp.
Wow, and it also looks like in the not so far distance, you can see the Panthers kind of lurking. Yeah, the Panthers lurking right in front of BTOWN. I mean, the Panthers is yet another team that I'm surprised by their performance right now. So if they could kind of just go out with a bang even, that would at least make me a little happier. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that, see if they're going to participate in that fight. But now that BTOWN has ended it, the third-party potential might not be there. Let's go ahead and see yet another replay of just bang, bang, Jeff just being able to rip apart Vamp with that DBS. It's just so strong.
So disgusting. That is so disgusting. Just bop, just taking the players down. I mean, I don't mean bop by like Boring Protocol, but yeah, just like bop, you know, the shock and bop. But yeah, WallStreetBets in front of us. As Subpick all caught out in the open. A lot of shots indeed to try and dodge, and this time it's not going to be Neil from Matrix. He will be taken down eventually as HQA. They do want to try and reply back in this one, but it's looking quite tough. 24K, look at the man. He's positioned himself so well.
HQA is not going to be happy about losing at least one of their members to WallStreetBets, though, because HQA, they actually have a chance here. They're in that 6th place position as of right now, and WallStreetBets, not as close, so them losing a member to them, they're not going to be happy about that. They're like, we needed all 4 members to really capitalize off of this match, but 3 of them are, in fact, still alive. You can see that they're still looking towards WallStreetBets. They might want to go ahead and participate in this fight, and it actually looks like they're not going to have a choice. WallStreetBets, they are going to participate in a fight here. Chiwang needs to be careful. He's kind of alone, but right across this little ridge here is helping out, trying to provide some cover fire, but it doesn't help when Drago is just going to go ahead and get a nade off onto Chiwang, getting that knock. 2 members of HQA are left, cross inside the vehicle. Are they just deciding to kind of disengage, drive away at this point? They know how important it is for them to continue to grab points, so Kingpig, I think it's just down to him to protect his teammate driving away. A knock on the 24K comes through, but that is it. Unfortunately, he gets downed. HQA, they only have 1 person left. If he doesn't keep driving, WallStreetBets is going to chase.
Teams are just out for blood. In this game, it's like pedal to the metal. We don't care about anything. We just want to get those points in our hands. And WallStreetBets as well is just showing some insane signs of aggressions. And I do want to see this aggression move on forward again in the lobby as well. I want to see these teams out for blood. I want to see these teams on a manhunt. And so far, that's what we're seeing. The Panthers too now. They're not going to let the players of BTOWN just a way out. Instead, they're going to try to capitalize onto them. That's Freddy behind this little chopper. Just gonna stay here, you know. It's not even gonna move. Just right there.
I mean, the Panthers, they want to go ahead and get as many points as they can at this point, you know? I already said it. They want to go ahead and try to go out strong. If they're going to be able to get these points here, they're going to go for them. Unfortunately, Brar, though, is going to spot 2 of them just out in the open. That's going to be a for sure elimination onto Huyu there. Of course, Moso, not as much, but still basically stuck out in the open. Nice trade on Jeff, though. Frady is at least going to be able to get a tiny bit of revenge for his teammates. The thing is that one member of BTOWN actually isn't anywhere near this fight, super far down to the southern side at Docks. He's so far away that he can't even go on ahead and support his teammate here.
The Panthers just slowly and steadily moving on in. Mosa as well, making sure he's not going to give any sort of foot kills away. Brar's in the front. Look at him. He's moving in so sneakily. So close too. Now finally the possession should be compromised, but yeah, BTOWN, Brar's ready for this one. Has the M249 as well in the hand, and now Moso is trying to mow him down. The plays on his wall is going to do some insane amount of damage. Brar eventually falls down as the Panthers, a great capitalization, but still the damage is already being done. They're down to a 2-man squad, and this is not a sort of the start Panthers was eyeing out for. The Panthers, they spot out the final man of BTOWN, just making a rotation out of this one, but the vehicle too is quite smoking. It's quite damaged. He should get rid of it.
I mean, he was the one that was all the way down by Doc, so he tried coming on over to help his teammate, but it is much too late. So we'll see at this point, does bolty just want to go on ahead and try and play the rest of the game, or is he going to stay there and trying to do damage to the rest of the Panthers? As of right now, he's staying there, so they might just fight it out in the blue zone until the end. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Otherwise, the majority of the other teams are inside of this first zone, of course. And we can kind of see in this mini-map that there are quite a couple of people right next to each other being unfriendly neighbors. So they're holding their breath, waiting for this next circle to pop, which is going to happen very shortly. And wherever this next zone goes, if it's going to be on the mainland over to the eastern side or the little island to the west, it's obviously going to go in favor of those people already there. I'd also like to point out, Nova, they're still in the play zone down on the southern side. Obviously, clearly going ahead and just racking up as many first days as possible, trying to go for the assumed heal strat in the end.
Oh boy, I mean, the Chosen definitely they're going to do it, and the circle again shifts up north. It's just getting crazier and crazier. What's going on with the circle? I mean, yeah, the Erangel one was pretty standard, but this one is something that's going to bring in a lot of chaos as the time just keeps them passing by, and the zone just keeps them shrinking, as we do have Novas. They haven't moved yet out of their spot. Still a couple of players from the side of Nova all the way down Sami. We do have bolty again just holding off the players of the Panthers off of Bay. Is not going to let them move out from that. I don't know at this point. Panthers, they don't really have a lot of first days to play off of with. bolty as well, he cannot really keep tanking that damage, so I don't know how things are going to be working out between them. But we do have WallStreetBets currently controlling the great high ground in this circle. Polar Rays, this was quite critical, took a lot of damage, but finally they're back to safety.
Oh man, it also looks like they're pretty spread at this point as well. Chronix and Teammate just completely separated from the other two closer towards the Brit, so WallStreetBets, they're going to want to try and go and grab those elimination points once again. Being very aggressive, just trying to drive right on up to a team. However, they have already gotten away. Look at that, using the little moped to their advantage. Polar Ace, they're just trying to continue to play the rest of the game and meet up with the rest of their teammates. They're going to be able to get away from WallStreetBets for now, but how WallStreetBets is currently playing, I honestly wouldn't be surprised if they decide to go on ahead and either hunt down Polar Ace, or if WallStreetBets hunts down the next team that's coming up, which, as we can see, is actually Mezexis.
It is WallStreetBets moving on up slowly and steadily. Drago is right there, as well as 19 Esports, as we did point him out. Currently just against the players to dope, and they're also able to find an opening. A great spray right there, but they do want to go for the confirmation. 19 Esports, they're not really getting anything out of this fight, but SB still is able to find those. How? This man's got some eagle eyes indeed. 19 Esports as well stepping themselves up, and talked about teams going out for blood. 19 Esports, they are finally trying to get that experience underneath their belt.
Yeah, well, Joe making this rotation on the northern side, so is one other person. That's actually HQA. The last member of HQA is still inside of the edge of Cal, just inside of zone, but if he tries to make any sort of movement, he, of course, is going to be running into this big fight happening over here. Also, right behind 19 Esports, Polar Ace. I was kind of expecting them to potentially stay inside of that compound towards that bridge, maybe start trying to look for a way to be able to cross the water, getting onto that little island on the western side. But no, they're actually kind of sending a couple of people up the northern side. I'm wondering if they want to participate in all of this ruckus they're hearing up here on the northern side that 19 Esports is putting on. WallStreetBets as well. Are we surprised to see them push it on over? They hear the shooting. They want to go ahead and get a piece of it for themselves. WallStreetBets, they know that the position that they're in, they know that it's going to take a huge game for them to be able to catch up, if they're going to catch up, right? So they're just going to go ahead and make yet another push into another team. Unfortunately, starting off with one of them, knocked. 24K goes down. The trade does come through. SB is down. Salty trying to provide some cover from afar, but it's just not working out. WallStreetBets will be able to pick up at least a couple of eliminations onto 19 Esports, and I believe it's just down to Salty trying to hide out on that little vehicle there.
They wanted to get the piece of that pumpkin pie right there. They did.
Ooh, he's out of there.
Now we have, yeah, Salty. Oh, barely be able to make it back to safety. On still nick of health, as we do have shots just ringing all across the board. Dope, they're also able to find one. All four players out for the side of Dope too. And so far the circle is shifted a little bit on the left side near the Hot Tin Island. And we might just see a Hot Tin ending too. I'm down for another urban ending.
That'd actually be really interesting, purely because of the people that are kind of around in that area. Lazarus, they left one person in Hot 10, the other 3 are up on top of the hill. So now that this zone has revealed itself, I'm curious to see what they're going to do, what their strategy is. Are they going to continue to play a 3-1 split, or are they going to decide to kind of get closer together? Are they going to choose one or the other? We're just going to have to wait and see. As of right now, none of them moving whatsoever. Also, WallStreetBets, they're clearly on an aggressive streak.
I just saw the Chosen on the map, and the Chosen, they're being so sneaky. They're avoiding all sort of eyes, and they just made the best rotation inside the entire game. They currently have the compound that is right in the smack center, and the Chosen, they've positioned themselves for success indeed. If they are able to hold this compound out pretty well, then the Chosen, they're off to a great start, or off to a great ending in this game, because if they are able to wrap up a lot of points, which they probably will, in the end, they will have to utilize that gun power, and that should give them a decent ending too. But now, just waiting for the next circle shift to happen, because the players of Knights as well, they're slowly and steadily moving in. We do have Nova too. They haven't made their mark inside the next zone yet.
Oh man, I mean, neither has really Dope or WallStreetBets, right? Both of them are just on the edge of this zone. You can clearly see that Dope, though, is going for a water play, not a boatation, but swimming, trying to find themselves a spot inside of this next one on the land. WallStreetBets, on the other hand, they're just kind of proning out, waiting to see if Polar Ace is going to continue to be aggressive on them on the other side of that mountain. Does look like Salt will kind of spot them out there, taking a couple shots in their direction, but it's just going to be a little bit of trade of some fire for right now. No huge fight happening just yet. Boring Protocol further inside of the zone. A couple of other teams further inside of the zone, I should say, actually, trying to find each other out, seeing if they can move any further inside of this little island here, inside of this zone, but it's just impossible. We're finally have reached the point of max capacity, right, Necra? I mean, there's nowhere for people to really make any movements happen, and the Knights are starting to take a fight with Lazarus far up on top of that hill. One of the Lazarus members currently knocked, and they need to go ahead and step it up and do well, currently in that 8th place spot.
Nova. All 4 players still in the zone. I mean, they have burned through quite a lot of meds indeed, trying to make it in, but finally they're able to make it in. And also a great spot so far. But again, we cannot really just call it great so far, because they're not really in the center. They're kind of in the off center. So we're just waiting for the next circle to decide all these teams' fate. And where is it going to be shifting towards? If it does shift up north towards Hot 10, it's going to be so nice to see another urban ending, because yesterday we saw that Los Leones ending in the Miramar. And now I'm down for this one too, because Sanhok hits different, and yes, it is actually going to shift up north. So the Chosen try to make it in Hot 10 quick as possible. You guys have a clear route.
Oh, well, now everybody is actually realizing that that's where they want to be, grabbing their vehicles immediately. Looks like the Chosen are going to be able to get a couple of eliminations for themselves. Even Nova, unfortunately, losing one of their members. Lazarus, at this point, I wonder if they're a little bit kicking themselves, maybe for not being able to go on ahead and just meet up with their one teammate that's been in Hot 10 this entire time. They're going to lose out Purge, but Joey fears they're going to have to figure out how they're going to make a rotation. WallStreetBets XSET crash into Hot 10 at the same time here. You can see it's only down to Nemesis left. There was only 2 people left for WallStreetBets when they made it here in XSET. They are chasing. J-Way wants this last elimination, but both of them are now hurt inside of this little compound. Nemesis, though, he's at the disadvantage. There's not as many of his teammates left, and Killswitch, with a little bit of a cheeky angle, will be able to get that last one. WallStreetBets is officially eliminated, and XSET has made their claim at least into one part of Hot 10. You can see the rest of these teams on that map, though, slowly but surely making their way on over as well. It's going to be whoever defends their little spot inside of Hot 10 the best that's going to be able to take this one. There's also a big altercation on this bridge, Necro. We can see that Polar Ace, Boring Protocol, they're starting a huge fight, and the utility is starting to rain down.
It is. Trey was not really able to catch anyone. But on the other hand, we also do see the players of the Chosen going against the players of Knights, or players of Nova. And so far, Chosen, they were able to find the opening, but the reply back is there as well from the side of Nova. Of course, the reply is expected, but I do want to see this fight as well come to an end as Polar Ace and Boring Protocol bop down to a 3-man squad. Polar Ace, too, they're currently just out of here. They do not really want to fight this one as, oh, they're catching a lot of bullets, but Acer, too, needs to watch out from his back. He caught a lot of bullets himself onto himself as, well, there we go. Mezexis are in the back. All 4 players right on the edge. They're just raining down bullets, but the wall of of death is something Mezexis will need to watch out from.
Nova was just ripped out of this lobby as well. They're gone. There's still 12 teams alive, though. Honestly, a lot more people than we're expecting, as 19 Esports actually just goes out as well. Dope finally finding their way up on the northern side here. I'm pointing it out because very, very shortly, Hot 10 already has like 4 teams inside of it. They're about to get a 5th and a 6th. A couple of people now on the northern side of that beach. Boring Protocol, they don't have a great entrance into Hot 10 with XSET probably holding them out at this point. So all they're going to do is try and hold that bridge, make sure Mezexis isn't going to be able to make a cross. So far, doing that pretty well, pretty nicely. And you can see HQA and even a member of BTOWN trying to struggle and make that rotation as well.
Oh, this is getting way too intense. The Chosen currently in the smack center of the next zone, having some of the prime spots indeed. Knights, they're barely going to be making it too, but the problem is Knights, the circle is a little shifted away from them. That means Knights, they will have to compromise on that compound. They will have to leave it, move out in the open too, and that's what Knights are probably going to try to do. The Chosen, as I said, currently in the best controlling spots they can ask for. Bob Speck is taking a lot of damage, finally able to make it in, but he does not really have any sort of meds to play around with, only 5 bandages.
Oh boy, the Chosen, they have this edge here. So honestly, Knights, right when they realize that they need to go ahead and make something happen, they might be crashing onto the Chosen's position. We can see 2 of them at least taking a look at this little wall here, trying to see if they can spot any of them out. There we go, prepping those smokes. They know that they have to go on ahead and make some sort of rotation, so they're going to try and provide themselves a little bit of cover, but Godfan is watching intently. Here comes the utility as well, trying to soften up the Knights before they fully go for the crash onto the Chosen. And here comes the rotation. Godfan with a huge headshot onto Chico. He goes down. The Knights, though, they've already started their movement. They have to keep going. They've used their smokes. Godfan now with their nades as well, trying to make sure that the Knights won't be able to get that res back up, but it looks like he's just far enough away, but safely behind that rock that it's going to happen. Tenza now being the closest one. Honestly, if he can continue to get close enough, kind of sneaking forward, if he gets this knock on to Godfan, that could be huge for the Knights and them participating in this next fight. But the Panthers have now revealed themselves as well. Looks like the Chosen are now distracted. Who are they going to go for, the Panthers or the Knights, as they're slowly but surely crawling towards their position?
Oh, the Chosen, they're a little overextending. Go back to your compound, man. You don't really need to step out of it. Just play in the position you found yourself in, the Chosen. You guys don't need to step out. Instead, just hold on the compound wall, and that's what they want to do. Crosses will also fall down. HQA getting taken out in 10th spot. Not really having the greatest of starts in this game. As Knights, they need to watch out in the back. It's the players of Lazarus slowly and steadily creeping in Clorin, as we do have another man getting taken out. And there we go. Chico will be confirmed. Knights now down to a 3-man squad. It'll be a 3-on-3 situation on the players of the Chosen.
Yeah, and Lazarus actually had gotten involved as well, being on that southern side there, but unfortunately, they all got knocked except for one. Kaseki somehow finding himself inside of Hot 10. Of course, the fighting happens elsewhere. Boring Protocol finally finding their way on into the city. They're now fighting against XSET. XSET being the closest team. It looks like as of right now, Polo G cannot hold them off. You can see his teammate trying to tussle for some nades. It looks like he will be able to get one. Kill switch, gets Sam L. It's all just down to Acer left. Let's see if he'll be able to do it. He tried jumping on over, tried to do a little bit of damage, and it will be it. That is done. Boring Protocol now out as well. XSET, they honestly have a huge opportunity to continue to grow their lead, because Nova, they were taken out super early, only with 1 point. So if XSET is able to stay alive even a little bit longer, their lead is going to grow. The next zone does reveal itself. The Chosen still smack in the center, same with Polar Ace, and everybody else is going to have to make a shift.
The Chosen, a run for the top, fight for them. This is way too close. Knights, they're still barely alive. Look at Coops, he's the only man going for the med strat from the side of Coops. Has no other option left too, because Xenox is in the front, and how is Coops going to make it in? He does not even have any sort of equals to play around with. So yeah, at this point, might as well just count the players and Knights out. I'm pretty sure Coops is not going to have that many amount as first aids. We're not really able to find it out just yet. As XSET, they're still alive, doing a great job staying up so far. And XSET, they really needed this game too, as we were talking about the Christian sort of are slowly and steadily just disappearing for the side of XSET, so they need this game to finish in a great fashion.
Luckily for them, there is at least one little building down there on the southern side that is completely open. The Chosen, they decided to go on ahead and condense all of them playing in a little bit of a couple of compounds down towards the southern side. So that could be an opening for XSET. You can see that Polar Ace, they have a different idea on their mind, though. They want to make sure that XSET doesn't make it across. So Salt is going to be trying to hold his window from XSET from coming through. The blue zone is now upon them. You can see Killswitch trying to go for it, but the play zone actually gets
Oh my god, the Chosen! The next circle is just right on top of the Chosen's house. Okay, well, you guys are the Chosen indeed. Just win this game, and you guys will be in the top 5. Ladies and gentlemen, as we talked about this, the run for the top 5, and look at Kaseki just moving on over slowly and steadily, making sure he's not going to give any sort of foot kills away. They probably do have a little bit of idea to what's going on around them. There we go. Kaseki found 2. First front to Chosen. They're just cleaning up all sort of teams. 8 elimination points on their name so far. The Chosen, they're wrecking ball.
And honestly, I love to see that not all of them are just piled on top of each other inside their building, right? They have a couple of people outside making sure that when the push eventually happens, they're going to have a bunch of angles. But Polar Ace, it looks like they're going to try their hand at making a push on the Panthers, but Moso is able to shut them down. Unfortunately, his teammate did get knocked, so he will have to go for that res if he's hoping to kind of continue this fight against the Chosen. But the Chosen, no, they're going to be able to flush it out. So that means the Chosen, all they have to deal with is one more person, and Moso inside of the zone, about to be overtaken by the blue. I don't know. Nope.
It's done.
That's it. That's it. The Knights, though. The Knights are still alive. They grabbed themselves a second place, even though they never made it inside of Hot 10.
Oh my god. The Chosen. Great way. Spectacular finish from the side of the Chosen. And oh boy, they really needed this one too. And they just got it. Chosen now officially in the top 5. After that chicken dinner, they better be in that top 5 because there wasn't really that much amount of difference. So yeah, the Chosen, they have to be in the top 5. Good job, guys. Good job. You guys have made it.
Yeah, the Chosen, originally in the 7th place position before this match, they probably just punched their ticket at least a little bit closer towards that 5th place position for sure. We even got to be able to see a couple of other teams that were actually in that top 5 continue to try and grab those points. I mean, XSET were able to get a little bit more points, a little bit more padding against Nova. Same with Mezexis and the Knights grabbing that 2nd place. They were in 4th place. We were a little bit worried about them and whether or not they were going to be able to continue to hold the 4th, but with that 2nd place position, at least with those 12 placement points, that's going to be huge for them. Open there, as you can see, for the Chosen, grabbing 3 stats for this round report. The Chosen played this perfectly inside of Hot 10.
They did. I mean, I even pointed out the rotations that Chosen was making over and over and over again. The decision making in that game from the side of the Chosen, phenomenal, perfect. I don't even know what to say, but yeah, the Chosen, great play from you guys. In the end, as I said, you guys are getting those rotations nailed down, but you guys will have to rely on your firepower, and they did that in a great way too. The Chosen just getting blitzed by the zone over and over again. Well, let's find out what the analysts have to say after that one, after this short little break.
Hated by newbies but cherished by pros, our overall perception of Miramar hasn't changed over the years. Set in the heart of the desert, the hilly and uneven terrains make travelling around this map using vehicles a difficult task. Furthermore, the open fields and steep hills turn into a valley of death for any survivor who dares to cover the lands on foot. And the job is even more grueling when you have more land to cover. Miramar is 8x8 in size, just like Erangel, but has way more land area compared to Erangel. The loot is not very satisfying either, which makes dropping into the big cities a must. To avoid drop clashes, players can try cities like Los Leones, which are so massive that they can easily fit in 2 or 3 squads who can loot specific parts without any violence. Miramar's large open areas leave fewer chances of getting ambushed, but when you need to rotate, you will hardly make it without your teammates getting blown off in vehicles. All the cities in Miramar are connected through highways. These can save you from the trouble of getting caught by opposing crosshairs while your vehicle is rolling down a ridge.
Boom! Takes out the tire, and he is absolutely wrecked.
Nevertheless, flawless rotations, according to the zone shifts, are a must to capture vantage points in high ground areas, like the Picado Hill, Junkyard Hill, and the Church High Ground outside Chumacera. In Miramar, giving up these eagle-eye points is suicide. Also, remember to choose the buggy over any other vehicle you come across. While these are some of the more preferred places, there are some sweaty, infamous hot drops that even the pros hesitate to go in. The red building beside Picardo Arena, for example. We won't suggest a blind rush here, as this place has like 1,000 different corners where enemies can camp. Apart from all of these, there are a lot more tricks to learn and secrets to explore about Miramar. Tell us what you find fascinating about Miramar in the comments below.
The chosen are the ones that were chosen in that last one. Of course, I got to give a big thank you to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partners here. Let's go ahead and bring Seven and Glitter back into the fold on this one. This is getting ridiculous here. The Knights putting up some good points, not gonna lie. Put up a nice little breath of relief there. The Chosen putting up some big points. I'll tell you what, that breath of relief was not for a lot of these squads because they put up some serious, much needed points. 25 in total here, Glitter.
Yeah, I mean, this is massive for the Chosen. This is exactly what we were talking about. Anyone that was within that bubble that did something like this was going to be putting so many of the other squads at a disadvantage. And honestly, had Knights not been able to have that heal strat going and get some additional placement points, they could have been in a rough spot too, but they do end up able to get 16 points, which is better than nothing. Panthers having a pretty decent game, but then you've got Polar Ace getting some of those points, which I don't think is going to shake up too much. You've got BTOWN getting 6 elims, just going elim crazy today, which is just, once again, taking all those points. I mean, to be fair, Lazarus was able to actually do something this time around, but I mean, XSET, not Lazarus. I don't know why I said Lazarus, XSET. So it's just going to keep them in the top spot with the 7 elims, but then we're down here, okay? Boring Protocol, 5 points. WallStreetBets, 5 points. To be fair, they did get 5 elims, but if they needed to continue that. It was like the start of almost the redemption, and then it just fell flat, Seven.
Don't remind me, okay? Don't remind me because, man, it hurts every single time to see that. But the way you said it, BTOWN, like, why couldn't you do stuff like this earlier? In the past 2 matches, you guys have gotten, let me do the math. Oh, that's right, 14 elims. In the past 2 matches, like, oh man, this is, sometimes we talk about some of the spoiler teams on the final day of the finals, and then it just kind of upsets me that these teams can play that good.
Right.
But it's just, it's just too late, Glitter. It's just too late.
Like, I wonder if it's because they're not in their own heads, they're not second guessing themselves once they know that they don't have anything to lose. But if that's what works then for your squad, do that all the time. Don't second guess yourself.
Yep.
Do what is making you succeed, because we might have a different top 5 situation had they been playing like this from the beginning, you know, especially with all of the ups and downs and the random chicken dinners that we've been seeing out of everybody in this lobby. So just a little PSA to everyone out there who's a competitive player or aspiring competitive player: be decisive, okay? Indecision is one of the worst things that can happen in competitive play.
Yeah, especially when you're at this level, and once you get to the higher levels, I mean, if you right there, Pierce just wanted to shoot that, he stopped, and then he started going. Trust me, you will not have those split seconds when you go up against the likes of Paraboy, the likes of some of the other global players. They don't forgive those kind of chances. They try to get that, and at some point we are going to start talking about that, because I mean, that's what the goal is. We want the team that's going to represent us in NA. We're going to just nitpick you till the end of time, because we just want an NA team to actually be able to win it. So let's go to the top damage here. WallStreetBets. This is actually a huge surprise, considering they ended up getting out in 14th place, but as you were mentioning, 5 elims for them. 1,500 damage, Glitter, and then the Chosen 1,530 damage for them with the 10 elims. BTOWN. BTOWN. And then you go to Boring Protocol, 1,000 damage, 4 elims. The Panthers too, a team that, I mean, we were expecting a lot more, especially with some of the performances that they were having. This team is just nowhere to be seen. Maybe they'll do something along the lines of what BTOWN is doing right now, which is just try to get a bunch of elims. You know what? Get us to talk about you in some kind of way. And then XSET. To be fair, XSET and Nova, that dynamic between those two, I am so surprised, Glitter. XSET has, I mean, Nova has not been able to take better advantage of overall the bad day that XSET has had.
I know. I feel like there's like this invisible wall that XSET has somehow erected that even when they're not doing that well, Nova can't breach. So, I mean, we still have, you know, a little bit more time. We'll see. It could be a crazy chicken dinner that ends up completely changing that up 7.
Yep, and then here we go to this line graph. This is what I wanted to see. I wanted to see the comparison between XSET for the past 5 matches and Nova Esports. And you can see it's just a balance. Like one team does good, the other one does bad. And when one team does bad, the other one does good. And that last match, it's just a perfect example of it. They're just going back and forth. You're not being able to see any of those teams really take advantage of their mistakes. And I feel like at this point, XSET's looking really good to become a champion as we continue to see this stats glitter.
Yeah, I actually am shocked how dead even these really are, or how they're almost like mirror images of each other with these line graphs. And it's, you know, one, it obviously shows just how close the top 2 really are and how deserving those top 2 are right now based off of their performances here in the finals. But I just hope that the battle for then 3 through 5 ends up giving us what we were hoping for, because then we got Americas right around the corner. And you know that Brazil and LAM, they don't mess around.
They do not mess around, indeed. And that a team that is really hunting down for one of those slots is the Chosen, right? The Chosen had a great chicken dinner there, one that they really need to have because we only have 2 matches left as we look up their player stats here for today, 7.
Yeah, for the most part, look at that duo at the start. I mean, you got Opa, 1100 damage, 9 Ilums out of just 6 knocks. And then you have Gadfat, 1300 damage with those 5 Ilums. And then you go down a little bit, right? Gaji, this is a player that we have seen throughout the tournament being able to pop off. So maybe he could have even better of this last 2 matches and put up some more Ilums. You have First Frost with the 2 Ilums right there. For everybody is just performing. Everybody's putting up some good numbers. And you were saying you want that fight between 3rd place and 5th place to be great. Oh boy, is it great. And I'm pretty sure we're gonna get a chance to see why once we see the overall, Hot Jukes.
100%. And you know what? I think it's about that time, baby. Let's pull up that overall so we can see where everybody needs to get to with only 2 matches left in the books. 5th place, 6th, 2 points. Hello, Chosen. Welcome. Glitter.
Okay, so Knights have actually given themselves a decent amount of cushion now, so they probably feel a little bit safer. It's nothing crazy. There's still a gap that's closable, but they're in a much better spot now, putting themselves in 3rd place. But then look at 5th and look at 6th. You've got Boring Protocol at 150. You've got the Chosen at 148. Even HQA is at 130. And there's still time for these squads. And we also, you know, we have to give a shout out to Mezexis at this point because they are literally the only squad on this first page that has 0 chicken dinners, and they're in 4th place overall because that's just how generally consistent they have been this entire finals weekend. So, I mean, that's just impressive when you look at the names that they've got surrounding them. Nice. And then you can see what happened here. We've got WallStreetBets at 110 and Dope right behind them, which at least is a better spot than where they started off the day, 7.
Every single time I see this overall and I just see WallStreetBets falling more and more, I feel like they're just playing that violin in that movie Titanic. The ship keeps on sinking. I'm like, no, why? Why is this happening right now? You guys were doing so good, man, so good. I'm
gonna be honest, 7. I think the ship is sunk already, to be honest.
Dang.
WallStreetBets.
That's it.
Now, honestly, you have to take out one of the top 5 teams, and you need a chicken dinner right here, right now, to even think about making it to the top 5. It's just what it is. You're 40 points away. You have to get it done. There's still a chance. Let's see if they could do it. Thank you so much, 7. Thank you so much, Glitter. Second to last match. We're getting it started here. It's the finals, baby. Let's get some more hype in the chat. Let me see them hashtag PMPLs, them hashtag PMPL zones as we bring in our casters here. Span and Zute. Good luck, guys.
Thanks, Jukes, once again. You're right, we have 2 matches left, and so far every single match today has just been so close, with people kind of going back and forth where they are on the overall leaderboard. I mean, there are a couple of teams that have been slowly climbing up to the top 5, though, and I mean, still, there is not that much of a difference. Even from that 5th to 6th place, we already know that it's only a 2-point difference, Zute.
Yeah, just a 2-point difference. The top 5 right now, I guarantee you, after this game and the last game after, is not going to be the same top 5. Somebody in the top 5 right now will not be able to hold that spot. I just have a feeling. And right now, Mezexis, 157, Boring Protocol, 150, and then right in 6th place, 148 with the Chosen. And honestly, HQA at 130, not too far away. And Lazarus, 128. I mean, they're only 2 points behind. It all comes down to what can happen in this match that will set up the entire storyline for the last game. So we still got match number 5, Miramar, and of course, Sanhok for match number 6. Or, no, wait. Erangel, my bad. So there's just been so much crazy Sanhoks. My brain has just been like wrapped and stuck on Sanhok. I mean, my bad. We're ending it on somewhat normal. Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
The circles, everything today has just been so wild. This plane path, though, not too wild, but we'll see how the circles play out, because in the previous Miramar match, it ended up all the way like west of Torre. So who knows what this one's gonna bring us.
I mean, honestly, the first Miramar game of today was actually insane. Yeah, you're right in terms of the zone, but also XSET was out in first to the Chosen. The Chosen now having a huge chance to be getting into that top 5. There's just a lot of stuff that happened early on, and actually already there's an early fight. Boring Protocol, BTOWN already losing a member each. Hacienda del Patron is no longer safe. Boring Protocol being landed on. They're going to try and protect their spot, though. It's actually against Vamp here. Ace are going to go ahead and get a knock onto at least Mayo. But you can see that the rest of Boring Protocol, there's only 2 of them left. So
that was
Vamp
huge.
with this push. Oh man, Vamp though making this drop on top of them. This is gonna hurt Boring Protocol and their spot inside of this 5th place as of right now.
Sam winning that was huge because Carnage was nowhere close yet to support. So Sam L had to go for it. And yeah, that grenade, it does get a knock somehow right there. So now Vamp only still has 1 up. He got that revive, but that grenade just in close enough range to get the re-knock. 2v1 situation. I don't know if Boring Protocol knows this or not, though. Carnage is here. Sema only has bandages. If they don't make a move, Vamp's going to reset up to 4.
Oh man, I mean, I'm sure that they're highly aware, right? Here we go, starting to make that push. I like to see that Carnage is outside as well, trying to protect his teammate using that little window there, supposedly. Sam L starting to make a little bit of a peek, but the push is going to come through. 2 of them making the big push, wins, goes down. Sam L cleaning it up. There we go. Vamp will be eliminated, but Boring Protocol at a huge cost. There's only 2 of them left.
That could have gone a lot worse. But yeah, you're absolutely right. That was a huge clutch, but they are down 2 players already. 4 Bros dropping on TC, helping TC out with those 2 points. So Boring Protocol and TC vying for that 5th place spot quite heavily right now. I said it at the beginning. This match is going to set up the storyline for the next match. And well, we got 4 Bros dropping on TC and Vamp dropping on Boring Protocol. I don't know why these teams haven't really clashed before. Opa goes down. Is he going to get confirmed? I think so. Oh no, Opa doesn't get confirmed. That's huge. And Godfan, he needs to hit this. He gets knocked. This could be a free 4 points for TC. TC's not going to lose a single player. Gajia hiding in the walls right there. We'll get Russ for free here. 1 HP on Russ. Oh, this is not good for Boring Protocol whatsoever. TC will match Boring Protocol's 4 points without losing a single player.
And that is it. You're right. they're going to be eliminated. 4Bros out. A couple of these teams are, you're right, being super aggressive pretty early on. It's like clearly they just want to go on ahead and make some sort of a fight happen, I guess. But Boring Protocol, being able to survive that, that's just going to go on ahead and get them some much needed elimination points, even though now they are so hurt. Same with the Chosen. They also, of course, need a good amount of points. 2 points away from previous. This is going to be really interesting to see if the Chosen or Boring Protocol is going to be able to pull out a really good game in this one and grab that 5th place from each other.
Yeah, Boring Protocol sees it in the kill feed as well, so they know TC's keeping right up with them, and TC, however, didn't lose a single player. I don't know what prompted these drops. Vamp and Boring Protocol, and then 4Bros and TC. You could argue it's due to the playing path, but we've seen numerous different amounts of playing paths and never once a straight-up hot drop on Miramar until this game. So we talked about it. Some interesting stuff is going to start happening towards the later stages of the grand finals, and second to last match, we already see 2 hot drops that I don't think anyone was going to be, predicting.
Yeah, the shenanigans have started. Even in the last match on Sanhok, 4Bros landed on Lazarus. Not as crazy, though, because 4Bros always makes that rotation into hot 10 and takes a fight with Lazarus. But starting off with a hot drop, that was already a little bit unexpected. And this one, already seeing 2 really early on fights with people that we didn't even expect to run into each other that early. Yeah, you're right. The shenanigans for sure have started. It usually starts in the last 2 matches. Of course, everywhere else on the map, though, I mean, life moves on. Like, the rest of the game is just happening. Everybody finished looting, and now the big rotations are starting to happen. And with this zone as far over to the eastern side as it is, there's a good amount of people that actually need to make a move based off of that plane path. A lot of people up to that northwestern side that gotta go.
See Boring Protocol making their rotation right now, but only as a 2-man team. There's a good chance TC will pass them up after this match. I mean, 2 versus 4 on Miramar. TC, this is a huge opportunity for them. I know they did wonderful the game before, but this is an even better opportunity now that that 5th place team right ahead of them is down to 2-man off drop. And the zone right now towards that eastern side is pretty much wide open. So TC should get that rotation in as soon as they can.
And I'm sure they saw it, right? I'm sure they saw it in that kill feed. They saw 2 of them go down. And they probably were screaming about that while, of course, screaming about the fight that they were already in. But they know the advantage that they have. I'm sure the entire rest of the time that they play, if they even see in the kill feed, if they see that Boring Protocol is near them, it's just going to be a beeline, right? Like, they're just going to drive straight at them. At least I would, personally. And especially now with the man advantage. But it's going to be a while. This zone is still much too big to be able to kind of find out a target like that in this situation.
Boring Protocol actually rotating really close to this Nova team right now. They're like just 100 meters away. The Panthers taking shots at XSET. XSET right now still with a somewhat firm lead over Nova, right? Nova's been catching up, but XSET has still been very consistent. XSET should be fine. Yep, they get away from the Panthers with no casualties right now. The Panthers look like they're wanting to chase them down, though, and well, the Panthers, they've got nothing to lose at this point, so they are committed to this.
Yeah, they're elimination thirsty, right? I mean, XSET, they do have a 21-point padding between them and Nova, but we know how easy it is for teams to be able to get like 20 points in a couple games, right? So,
oh, here it comes Nova.
Be careful. And they must have seen it. They got that knock onto Sam L, and they're just gonna full on crash into it. So, Boring Protocol. I'm a little bit sad for them. They finally got the taste of the 5th place position, but they might be losing it on this one as Nova's just going to start descending upon them, all of them staying close together to ensure that not one of the Boring Protocol members will be able to get a knock or a flush happen. And now it's just down to Carnage. Looks like he will be able to get a knock out.
He got 2. Oh my god!
No way, he gets another. It's a 1v1, but Carnage.
Oh, no bullets, no ammo. Oh, Carnage. He got 2 back-to-back, but you saw him switch weapons into a 0 ammo UMP. He already switched clips. He already switched guns to make that amazing play.
Wow.
I mean, we saw how loud Carnage screamed, I think, in the very first week when they were still fighting with they were fighting in boot camp still, and Carnage almost got the 1v4. I know this man's recording. I want to hear the voice comms on that one. I want to hear the pained agony of his infamous no when he almost clutched that up for the team. That is huge for TC, however. TC knows now that they have a huge opportunity to catch up on some points, to pass up Boring Protocol, so they better not mess this one up now.
And they're so far being really aggressive. The Panthers as well, they're clearly hunting people down, and I bring that up because they're right next to each other. The Panthers and the Chosen are right on this western edge of the circle, so they might get in a fight soon. WallStreetBets as well, though. Looks like they're deciding to be super aggressive, actually crashing onto the position of Nova. Unfortunately for Stevo, he's going to be caught out by a nade from Kindness. Zfon will get knocked as well, 24k2. Nemesis is now the last one up for WallStreetBets, and he has barely any HP going against QZ. That's WallStreetBets out of here. Nova is going to be very happy to see that they're at 5 eliminations so far. If they go on ahead and get this chicken dinner, Zute, that's going to go on ahead and actually like even on up with XSET. So they got to go on ahead and keep this rolling, and they got to make sure that XSET gets out soon.
Yeah, they're catching up on those points. Really good defense by Nova right there. And you can see how aggressive these teams are playing. The teams that have somewhat of a chance are realizing they need a lot of elimination points on top of a chicken. So they're going for those knocks, they're going for those rushes, they're going for those plays, and that's causing a lot of chaos. Not to mention they're going for those hot drops, because we already started off this match with 2 hot drops. This all works in favor of TC, though, to be honest. It just pretty much opens up the playing field more and more for them to work around, since there's less enemy players, less teams to contend with. So TC, this game is their game. I'm going to say it one last time. This is TC's game to really capitalize on Boring Protocol's early exit from this match.
I agree. And I feel like maybe they know that. They ended up making a rotation to Picado, which is interesting in that it's on the very edge of this zone. There's basically no way it's going to shift onto Picado whatsoever, but they're staying there safely. I feel like maybe at this point they're realizing that instead of just driving at people super aggressively trying to get those elimination points, maybe they're taking this a little bit slower, just preparing to try and stay alive into the end game so they can ensure that they get the points that they need.
Yeah. With less teams in the lobby already this early on, it just means there's no real need to try and like navigate the circle to get a good position, because more positions are just naturally open. We'll see how it plays out, though, as we come into the next circle shift very soon. I do see HQA also in a very good position in the middle of the zone. HQA, another team that really, I would have to say, they have a chance. They still do have a chance at this. And the next circle does shift down to the southwest, so that does favor TC quite a bit, actually.
They could go on ahead and either just go straight into zone or make a pretty nice rotation on the southern side to get anywhere that they kind of want to be. XSET as well. They're actually in a 2-2 split as of right now, so they can go on ahead and pick and choose where they're going to be setting themselves on up. Everybody else outside of zone, or even some already in their vehicles and starting to make their move to try and grab something a little bit better. We can even see far on this northeastern side, I saw a little bit of a red ping, so people are fighting on this rotation even. It looks like Nova, though, is going to try and get out of there. It seems like Dope tried to kind of take a fight with them, or at least shoot on over in their direction for a little bit before they moved. Yeah.
Circle slowly closing in. TC not making too much movement, actually. They're just going to stay on the edge of this circle, which I feel like is a huge missed opportunity, but they're just going to be careful with it. The Knights getting a knock right there. Knights looking pretty healthy with 4 players still up. The Knights are pretty good at Miramar too, so even though they're not getting that, circle shifted in their favor on this one, I feel like they'll know what to do. They'll confirm this point too onto Kiyoshi.
That was really nice. Just drove right on up because he knew that whoever was going for the rest was going to drive away. I mean, Polaris, they need to do that, right? Trey just needed to leave Kiyoshi if he wants to go ahead and be reunited with his team to be able to potentially survive. And actually, as I say that, XSET gets a knock and potential flush onto the other members. So Trey, I believe, is actually the last member alive for Polar Ace. So he got off of that, and now he's kind of holding it down for his team for the rest of this match. The Knights, they're going to go on ahead and disengage. They got the elimination that they wanted, and now they have to figure out where they're going to be playing. And it looks like they have their sights set on the top of this hill that's already occupied by 19 Esports. So it'll be interesting to see if they're going to decide to be aggressive on that, or if they're going to kind of wait to see where else they can kind of make their rotation.
XSET playing a huge split, a huge 2-2 split right now on the northern half. That's some confidence right there. I love this though. They know they have a lead, and instead of taking that lead and playing it super safe, they're going to try and take advantage of their lead and play even more quote-unquote greedy. I think that's the right mindset, to be honest, because a lot of times when teams get a little bit too passive, that's when the downfall starts to happen. So XSET maintaining their confidence, playing smart, playing for their opportunities, and they are taking advantage of a huge opportunity in the circle with that split. Yeah, take a look at that map right there. That 2-2. Perfect.
I mean, I was going to say, I mean, with that 20-point lead, like, for sure, they know that they just need to go on ahead and at least get a couple of eliminations per game. So if they're going to be able to get that with this split, getting those eliminations, like, they're going to go for it. And actually, who do they even choose at this point? Usually when a zone like this happens, two of them go on ahead and condense back to the other two. It looks like they did actually finally choose picking up that northern side, but they're in control of basically that entire zone for a bit. But they have to go on ahead and meet up with their other half, because if they stayed at that other compound, you just know that everybody else now filing on into the circle would have made it horrible for them. It would have been a bunch of 4v2s against XSET, so they're going to ensure that that doesn't happen.
Definitely. This zone also, well, I mean, I was saying TC maybe should rotate a little bit, but it does go back in their favor. However, if they have to fight uphill towards XSET, that will be quite a challenge on the next shift. Nova has rotated right into that little crater pocket compound. They're down to just 3 players, so Nova trying to pass up. XSET, I don't think they're going to have a good one or a good chance at it in this game, as XSET is in a way better position. BTOWN pushing up onto 19E right here. This is going to be a little bit of a skirmish in favor of BTOWN, I would have to say.
Ooh, there we go. Trying to go on ahead and use those nades to get something to happen. Wait a second. BTOWN unfortunately getting a knock into their own teammates. This could be the opening that 19 Esports honestly needs. Rad instantly kind of jumping into action. He knows that the nade knocked out one of their teammates, so he's trying to go on ahead and prep his own to do damage and get that knock. It doesn't look like it's going to happen, though, but even on the northern side, the Knights ended up making a huge rotation up to the north, running into Lazarus. And as of right now, it looks like Lazarus has the upper hand. Yeah, the Knights, they have a bunch of fatalities on top of them, but they will be able to get a trade onto at least Kaseki. Xenox is now the last one alive, though, and you can see that he's just deciding to make the big push to see if he can make anything happen, at least get the flush into Kaseki from this fight. But him being the last one alive, I don't know if he'll be able to make anything else happen, as there's still 2 whole members of Lazarus open. Gotta be careful. Yeah, no, that's it.
Yep, Fears hit that nade right onto it, and that is the Knights out. Knights out, lights out. That is unfortunate. They're still okay going into the last game, but they definitely probably wanted a better result on this one. We'll see what happens in the next match. But for now, we still got Nova, XSET, and TC in the mix. Also HQA, Mezexis. So they still got a lot left to fight for. BTOWN eliminated. Dope putting in some work right here. HQA, Chi Wang, will not be able to get revived anytime soon in that position.
Oh, you know what? Mezexis is still alive, and they're only 5 points away from the Knights, actually, in their position. So if the Mezexis continues to stay alive, that's not going to look too good for the Knights. I mean, Glitter even brought it up herself. Like, the Knights do have a little bit of padding from getting pushed out of 5th place, but that's only 14 points of padding. So Mezexis might be able to go on ahead and jump above them at this point. Of course, we're still watching a couple of altercations at this point along the outskirts of this zone. People just trying to find themselves a safe spot to play. But we're finally getting towards that end of the game where this next zone is going to shift, and people are going to have to start resorting to those small ridges in this terrain, because there's not as many compounds in this area. In Lazarus, they're starting to make a rotation towards XSET on the very top of that hill.
Next circle shift coming out, and it does go down far to the south. This is huge for Mezexis. Mezexis right there on the southeast. you'll have a easy info as far as where they should play next. TC's got to make their way down. XSET, Nova, all of the teams pretty much have to make their way down besides the Panthers and Mezexis.
Oh man, and Dope, they want to make sure that they get these eliminations on HQA before they make their rotation. HQA was kind of pinned here when they made this first rotation. Dope was taking a lot of shots on them from the northern side, and now they're just going to go in ahead and try to clean it up. It actually looks like they get a knock at a Menace instead. The two members of HQA still alive. Subpig, King Pig, they want to ensure that they're going to stay alive as long as possible, but Dope, they're just tossing a singular nade over that might go on ahead and take them both out, but not far enough. Wait a second, just one well-placed nade could take them both out, but it's just not happening. Dope taking a little bit too long, honestly, in my opinion at least, to eliminate them. At least one knock on the Sub Pig has come through. That next one looks good. Onto King Pig. Actually, no damage comes through, and they're just going to start spraying into that smoke at this point. They know that King Pig is just somewhere in there.
Yeah, hold that thought, though, because Lazarus is engaging with XSET right now on the northwestern side. This is a huge fight. XSET getting taken down, and it's not so much huge for Lazarus or XSET, but it's huge for TC, because XSET was going to be TC's biggest problem breaching into the zone because they were right next to each other. But Lazarus helping out pretty much, taking care of two of the XSET players, and I don't know what happened. Maybe just right as they were rotating, the last two members got caught in a battle. So two of XSET already rotated in, but two of them get taken out. And now TC looking like they're the powerhouse team coming in from the north with 4 players still left up.
This is also pretty big for Nova as well. I mean, unfortunately, they also only have 2 people left alive, but they now know that XSET, they're also hurting. Lazarus, though, they are going to be making that rotation. They're going to beat Nova first before they're going to come anywhere close to XSET. And TC, you're right, this is now their opportunity. They were so patient waiting inside of Picado for the longest time, but now they have found themselves in a pretty strong position with 4 people up, not getting in a bunch of early fights. That means that all of their utility, their armor, their meds, everything should honestly be really well stocked up. And right beside them, a crate. So TC on this rotation, I'm really excited to see where they're going to end up, because no matter who they get in a fight with, I feel like it's going to be a pretty strong one. As Lazarus and Nova, they're going to start fighting it out. Dope actually going to help out, getting a knock into Kaseki.
Oh, Dope taking some nice long-range shots right there that we see. This northern side is just going to be so tricky. Everybody's already fighting in the blue. Nova coming in right now with their 2 players. Shifon's going to get taken out by Casper. This just makes everything easier and easier for TC to be the dominant team on that northern side. And the zone shifts in a way that favors TC. This... Okay, I kept saying this is going to be TC's game for them to capitalize on boring protocols. Early demise has got to be a huge game for them, and they are making it happen. However, Godfan does get taken down and confirmed, it seems like. So TC down to 3 players now, not looking as solid as I thought they would be just a second ago.
Ooh. And this last couple of fights happening up here on the northeastern side. Dope is going to be out. 19 Esports, they're able to keep all 3 of their members still alive this entire time. And now we know where their obvious line of rotation is. It's going to be right on top of XSET. It looks like Nova will be spotted out as well, though. So Nova won't be able to close that spot between them and XSET, because XSET will be able to outlive them with 2 of their members still alive. And they got to be careful. 19 Esports doing a lot of damage to TC actually up on the northern side. They have to make sure that they find themselves a little place to hide. Oh.
Zexus finishing in top 5. That's an okay amount of points. I was huge that TC player did not go down, because he would not have been able to get revived. 19E missing 1 too many shots. It works in favor, though. XSET right now playing in a deep dip, just trying to keep their heads as low as possible to avoid attention. The Panthers, with 4 players up on this high ground, they can strike at whatever time they wish to. 19E's got to make their way into the zone. They're probably going to end up clashing with the XSET team onto their eastern side. They're going to first take a lot of fire from the Panthers, and now XSET will shoot them in from the side. They do find somewhat of a crevice right there to stay up for now.
Oh, but XSET is making so much noise. You can see that the Chosen, they're all slowly looking in that direction. You can see all their little carrots on that mini-map just looking towards XSET. It also looks like they're participating in the massacre of 19 Esports on that edge as well. So it's just down to SB left, right above XSET. And the Chosen, you see Gachi tossing over some nades. He knows exactly where Polo G is, but unfortunately his nades just can't make it far enough to be able to get this knock. Honestly, this might be just a game down to TC. and the Panthers. As 19 Esports, they now find themselves eliminated. XSET, though, being able to slowly hold on. I mean, they're going to be able to get that third place position at least here.
Oh, yeah. XSET want to be the PMPL championships.
Oh, no.
TC gets a nice opening, and I feel like on this next shift, TC is actually going to be the next team out, because chances are they're going to have to cross open, or they're going to have to cross wide in the open and pass that road. XSET has a deep dip that they could kind of stay alive for a little bit, maybe. But TC, no cover unless the zone shifts to the north and west. Oh my god, okay.
You just cursed them in the correct way here, Zute. The zone is, in fact, going to shift up to the northern side. They're going to be able to hold this road. They're in control of everybody's rotations at this point. I feel like the only thing that could stop them is if the Panthers somehow make a crash onto them without losing anybody, being ripped out of their vehicles, but I feel like the chances of that are actually really slim. The Panthers, instead, probably just going to be going towards XSET to try and get those points, and then they're going to have to deal with the Chosen later.
Yeah, I mean, it's still going to be a hard defense for TC, I feel like, because the Panthers just have the more manpower. And, oh, okay, that is good for TC. The Panthers actually deciding to try and flesh out XSET because they know they're the weaker team. So TC just kind of gets to watch this battle unfold. Zone is starting to close now. The Panthers got to make a move, and they're already down one player. A revive is going through, but that will fragment how much they could focus on pushing into TC, because the zone, at the end of the day, is ending on TC side, not XSET, but it seems like they're going to go for the points onto XSET, which is all the merrier for TC.
Oh, no. Okay, there we go. The Panthers, they're just being slowly spotted out at this point. Another one goes on ahead and finds himself knocked out. The Chosen, I mean, you're right, this is a pretty hard defense, but so far being able to do it, Opa getting knocked pretty low there, but he will be able to have the time to heal on up. The Panthers at this point, losing all of their vehicles, they can no longer make any sort of a move happen, and not to mention that there's only one person left, so this isn't really a matter of who's going to get this chicken dinner, because TC has such a strong urge to. It's just who's going to get that second place, the Panthers or XSET.
Yeah, this is pretty much TC's game in the back. And okay, there we go. XSET will secure. I mean, XSET, this team wants the first place championship, and they are claiming it right now. Just somehow, some way, just always managing to be so consistent on the final day, just like how explosive they were in the first 2 days. But the Chosen, TC stands for the circles, because that's exactly what they got at the very end. They got that circle, secured the chicken, and they passed up Boring Protocol by a huge margin now. Boring Protocol now in the hot seat, and I feel like TC probably even passed up more than just Boring Protocol with that chicken dinner. So this last game that's about to come up is gonna be very, very exciting to watch.
I bet they also actually went on ahead. I bet they also passed up Mezexis as well, because Mezexis, they weren't that far ahead of Boring Protocol as well, and Mezexis, they had the big opportunity in that game to jump the Knights, but they ended up not having that great of a game, so they didn't capitalize off of that, right? So
yeah,
we kind of know where this...
Yeah, like we should also mention Mezexis and both the Knights, they both didn't have a really good game, and those are the two teams, you know, just kind of hovering right there around the 3rd and 4th. So that means the point gap for a team to kind of push into the top 5 didn't expand by all that much. Besides the TC jumping up leaps and bounds, the point threshold, it's still pretty much right there going into the last game.
And you're right, last game, there's only one left. So we're going to jump into a break, and then we're going to find ourselves on the analyst desk before this last one happens. So see you guys soon.
PUBG Mobile is a comprehensive game with many different mechanics and unique aspects of gameplay. The different training modes are perfect to focus on each individual aspect and sharpen your skills. The most popular gameplay modes are Arena Training and TDM that pits players in a 4 vs 4 gunfight on a small map. These modes serve as a close-range training to sharpen your gun skills and build your reflexes. To improve on-point ADSing and recoil control, players can try out the War mode, which launches you in a fairly large space on Erangel map against 19 other enemies. Here, you can improve your AR and SMG sprays as well as train yourself for bolt action mastery. Sniper training under the arcade section is also a must-try. Your sniping skills are put to test here, when both you and your opponent are trying to one-tap each other. You can also try quick matches in arcade mode, which basically is a mini battle royale. Everything that you have learned, you can put to the test in its 8-minute matches. PUBG Mobile is not all about grinding and competition, but also about enjoying and having fun and exploring the game. No matter if you're a heavy grinder or a casual explorer, there's a place for everyone in PUBG Mobile. Tell us which mode is your favorite and why in the comments below.
There we go with the match ranking, ladies and gentlemen. The Chosen being able to get 23 points to win. And oh, I cannot wait to see that overall, because with all these numbers, I mean, XSET at this point, unless something crazy happened, unless Nova going ahead and hot drops it and absolutely wins that last match, ain't nothing gonna happen to stop XSET. And then the top 5 is gonna be absolutely insane, honestly. Nova Esports, 11 points for them. We keep going down even more. Mezexis Esports NA being able to get those 6 points. And I want to see this second page, okay,
What
Glitter?
is today? I have so many questions.
Because look at all this.
Because Knights, Boring Protocol, WallStreetBets, what's going on? There is one more match in the day, and this is unacceptable. How do we get a match where 19 Esports gets 7 elims, and this is what happens to the squads that are trying to get into top 5? I'm sorry, that is not how we're finishing out the day, NA. I'm not going to allow it. We're going to do better than that heading into Americas, and I'm going to need a better performance for this last match 7. Do you disagree?
Oh. I do not disagree. I'm 100% with you. We wanted consistency. I mean, would we consider, I mean, XSET, I feel like is the only team, honestly, that has given us that consistency. But even today, they kind of fell off a little bit, right? Nova Esports, I would actually take, this is crazy, I'm going to say this too. I would actually take Nova Esports consistency over XSET for the whole tournament for some reason. I don't know why, but it just gives me a little bit more comfort because of the way that have been played. Actually, you know what? It's not crazy. The way they have been playing the whole tournament has been very consistent. What am I talking about? And then you have the Chosen, one of the most inconsistent teams out there, being able to be here within the top 5, I think. Knights, we saw what happened between those first 2 matches. Between the first 2 days, I am just so like flabbergasted. I don't know what's going on. And honestly, Glitter, I think it's definitely going to end up coming down to this last game for a lot of these teams.
To be fair, we did want that to happen, right? We wanted it to be a nail-biter. We wanted it to be close so that this last match mattered, right? Because it's never fun when you kind of know how it's going to shake out. Now, in the case of XSET, I think we know that they are in a pretty solid spot moving into this last match. Same case with Nova. They're going to be pretty comfortably in that top 5. But everything else is up for grabs because a strong top 3 finish, I feel like, for any of the teams that are in that general vicinity. So whether that's placement points for first, second, or third, as long as they have a decent amount of elims, I think that it can change a lot. And you mentioned it, and we're seeing it in the highlights here. The Chosen is having the day of their lives right now with their consistency, with their gameplay, with the numbers they're putting up. I mean, the chicken dinner here, 8 elims and almost 1,600 damage. I don't know what is in the water. And then look, okay, what happened? What, the next 3 squads, Panthers, 19E, and Dope? What?
What's
happening?
Remember what we saw at the beginning of the game too on that last game? We saw hot drops from the teams at that second page. We saw Vamp being able to hot drop. We saw some of the other teams hot dropping too. And honestly, I think that sends a big message to a lot of these teams that are currently fighting there within the top 5. It's going to happen again. I would be shocked, honestly, if it does not happen again here, Jukes, coming up on the last match.
This is why I say you never want to leave it to the last match. And Glitter, you said it a little earlier. You're wondering what is in the water? I'll tell you what's in the water. It's Monster Energy. That's right. Our official energy drink partner here for the PMPL. Man, at the intro, I was just left speechless, right? Just due to how insane that last match was. I can't believe Vamp hot dropped in. I mean, we knew it was going to come, and that's what they did, and that opened the door for the Chosen. And the Chosen did exactly what they needed. Tenfold. A chicken dinner. Just look at these stats here, Glitter.
Yeah, and you know, I was just kind of talking about this, that the play day of their lives, and they started off a little bit quiet, but this is just elims, right? The fact that they are able to do a 6 elim, a 10 elim, an 8 elim game, and on their bad games still get some elims on the board is impressive. And then we get a chance to look at their placement points, and you'll see that that's another place where they've managed to do well. They've only had really one awful game. We now have got back-to-back chicken dinners, started off the day with the 8 placement points as well. And then the 4, I mean, where was this team prior? This entire time. They've had one bad game the entire day. They have done nothing but improve with the exception of that one game. And yeah, the timing is great, but I'm so stuck on the Knights' performance, over 600 points in the league portion, and now they're fighting against all these other teams to just make it in the top 5.
Yep.
You're stuck on the Knights, and I'm just looking at Boring Protocol. I'm like, oh, I can only imagine how this players are going to be. You were talking about it earlier. We saw some of the teams at the bottom finally putting in some work, and it's because those nerves are gone, right? They don't have nothing to lose at this point. But Bob, they have everything to lose. They have to get it done here, right? So why don't we go ahead and take a look at the comparison between Mezexis and Boring Protocol here, 7.
Yeah, and I mean, the reason why we're going to be showing these teams, you're not going to be able to see it right now, but I'm just going to go ahead and spoil it for you. Mezexis Esports NA is currently in 5th place. Boring Protocol is in 6th place. So this is something we got to keep an eye on because these two teams are going to be battling for that 5th spot. So far, though, I mean, in regards to damage, Boring Protocol, we have seen what that team's been able to do. We have seen the player stats as well. I mean, 27 elims to only 19 of Mezexis, and I say only 19 just because, you know, we got to compare here. But that's still a lot, Mezexis. don't get me wrong. That's still a lot right there. And if we keep going down, you definitely see Mezexis having to heal more. I think that might have been because of some of the Sanhoks. They were trying to mimic what they saw at Akoi and Nova Esports there for a bit. Overall, though, between these two teams and between the other teams, once we end up seeing the overall, I wonder if any of them are just going to be like, you know what? I think I'm just going to play hide and seek. I'm going to go as far away from everybody else. And I hate when that happens.
No.
But we might end up seeing it. Hopefully they don't switch up a lot of stuff. This is something that you and Glitter, you and I agree on a lot, and probably Hot Jukes too. Do not change the way you've been playing. Maybe change your drop because of what we just saw in the last one, but don't just play too passive, okay?
Ooh, a little bit of hope here though, Jukes, for Boring Protocol.
They have a little bit of hope, right? And you know what? Production may not want to show it, but we have to talk about it, right? I mean, when you said it earlier, Mezexis is in 5th, Boring Protocol is in 6th, and they have a 9-point differential, right? So Boring Protocol here need to have a great performance, and they have to hope that Mezexis doesn't. So not changing up your strategy, I completely agree that's the way, but at a certain point you have to be monitoring that elimination feed, and if you see Mezexis getting points, you're gonna have to go hunt them down and take them out. You have no choice, right, Glitter?
Yeah, and I'm glad that you said that too, because there definitely is the option for some of these teams to kind of run and hide. I really hope they don't do that. I mean, it's not going to get any easier as they continue through the stages of, you know, the PUBG Mobile competitive side of things. So America's more difficult. GC even harder than that. So get in your reps now, okay? Don't run and hide. Pay attention to what is going on in the game. Be aware of your surroundings, and let's close this out with a bang, okay?
That's right.
Yes.
Well, it's about that time. Which squads are we gonna see go out swinging? We're about to find out. Glitter, 7, for the last time here in PMPL NA. Thank you so much, and I will see you back at the end of all of this. Let's go ahead and bring in our casters for the final match here of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Final Spring 2022. It is do or die for so many squads, and to cast this last match, we got none other than Zute and Span Cargo. Go on ahead.
Thanks, Jukes, once again. I'm gonna go ahead. Try not to be tongue-tied for this last one, because when I get excited, I just can't speak, you know? So this last one, it really comes up to this. They already said it, production. We're not showing the overall for this last one, so we kind of have an idea of where people are at this point, but I don't trust myself with that caster math. All I know is that, honestly, those last couple of people in the top 5, 6, 7, they're going to have a great game for this last one to stay in the top 5. That is for sure.
Yeah, I can tell you one thing for certain, right? Last game, Boring Protocol was 5th, TC was 6th, TC won, Boring Protocol didn't get that many points. So all eyes pretty much right now just on Boring Protocol. I'm not too exactly sure, I can't recall, but Boring Protocol, they're not in the top 5. They need to do well here. How many points they need? We'll see. That is to be determined. But going into this game of Erangel, it's pretty much all on Boring Protocol here.
Yeah, it's Boring Protocol, and as I believe Juke said it as well, Mezexis. Boring Protocol has to do well, and Mezexis has to do bad for Boring Protocol to go ahead and jump above them. Something like that. Of course, we're just going to have to go and watch this game. We just have to see what's going to happen on this one, because it's an Erangel match, Zute, the map that, you know, all these guys are used to the most, for sure, but when it comes down to you participating...
Hold on, quick question. Is Boring Protocol going to get dropped on again? Because they got targeted on Miramar, and Pachinki, I mean, the plane pad's flying right over Pachinki, so is Vamp gonna drop on Boring Protocol? Because I don't think Vamp had any reason to drop on Boring Protocol the last match, but they decided to. So is it gonna happen this one? And then we saw 4Bros take a fight with TC, but it looks like 4Bros is gonna go to their usual drop spot here, and Boring Protocol look like they're going to be uncontested. So that last Miramar game was just a little bit of a spice to add, but for this last one, we're gonna have a clean fight, so to say. No low blows, no cheeky shots, so to say. So we'll see how this one plans out for everybody.
Kind of refreshing compared to the last 2 matches where people just, there were clear targeting on drops. It does actually look like down to the southern side on the island, there's so many more people down there than what we're used to. What is this? Mezexis, they didn't go to their usual Novo drop, and it's a good thing they didn't, because we have HQA, BTOWN, and WallStreetBets all in that area. That's crazy. Even 4Bros decided to go onto Military Island. I wonder if they're kind of hoping to grab that bridge and ensure that people like the Panthers can't even go and make a cross.
It's looking a little bit chaotic down there. I think it might actually mainly be due to the fact that we're just having the plane start from the southern side. So players just want to get this over with, drop early, take some fights, call it a day.
Oh, I can't wait. Especially with this first circle that decided to go and pop. Pachinki being at the center of it, we have once again a pretty standard circle, or a boring circle, as sometimes we've called it on Erangel Zute. I mean, it's one where it's on the main body of Erangel, so everybody honestly has a fair shot making a rotation in here. I'm not really worried about anybody when it comes to getting inside this first circle, except maybe whatever is happening down here on this island. There's just so many more people than usual down here that clearly people are hunting, and clearly not everyone's going to be able to make it across these bridges. That's for sure.
We're gonna see a lot of casualties before these guys make it off Military Island, but the main 2 teams, or the main team we want to keep an eye out on for, is Boring Protocol. And they are dead center of zone in Pachinki with this boring circle, so to say. The circle might be boring, but the gameplay is going to be quite interesting. Mezexis is one of the teams on that military base side. They're on the southwest, And luckily for them, it's more so concentrated, you know, all the teams on Military Island more concentrated towards the eastern side of Military Base versus the western side. So Mezexis, if they do decide to rotate in time, they would have a clean rotation through the bridge.
Yeah, that's true. Seems like Four Bros might have not gotten their fix of blood fast enough, so they're gonna go to the other bridge and try it out over there. It really is kind of amazing how Four Bros especially has been playing this, because it's just so clear that they're trying to be aggressive, and with them being so just overly aggressive, nobody is really expecting it, so everybody that they push gets wiped out. And that kind of makes you wonder, like, what if they just did that this entire time? Like, Four Bros just have no fear and just go into it. And there it is. Their first target has been acquired. WallStreetBets being at the end of it. They're not going to be happy about that as Stevo gets eliminated. We can see that the rest of WallStreetBets, especially Drago, they're going to be caught out in the open. So they're going to have to be careful while the rest of Four Bros now make a rotation on back to take this fight. 24K. It's a 1v2. Let's see if he's going to be able to hold it off, but he's such low HP that he gets one, but gets traded.
Yeah, if he had full HP there, he probably gets both of them. He had the Uzi in hand. On the other side of things, though, the Panthers driving right up behind Mezexis. So Mezexis, the other team we want to watch out for. And the Panthers, Moso gets an opening knock onto the Mezexis player and a confirmation too. So Mezexis getting really hurt right now by the Panthers. Hopefully the camera pans over to that one, because Mezexis, as we know, one of the teams in contention for that top 5. Our eyes currently are still on Four Bros, and here we go. Finally, the Panthers chasing it down onto Mezexis. They got 2 or 3 players in a car. That is okay, 2 players in the car, but one of them can definitely gun. And inactively, they're trying so hard to drive away right now.
Oh my goodness, the rest of the Panthers not that far behind, but Inactive actually stops this, almost gets run over, but luckily he's able to get them both out. The rest of the Panthers is here though. Inactive is super low HP. He needs to get that heal off, and the rest of Mezexis Remix coming on back, trying to help out his teammates. I don't even know what's happening here. The Panthers, they try being so aggressive, but as of right now, Mezexis, they're being able to bring it on back.
Don't go net. Oh no. How that was a throw right there. He should have at least got one knock. He didn't get the knock either. Moso went down to 1 HP and gets his first aid off. Now it's a 2v2 situation, and it's a standoff. Mezexis needs to hit some util here. This is the tournament lives they're fighting for, and that is not how they want to do it. That grenade is going to take down one. Inactive is all that's left. Can he clutch it once again? Can he get the 1v4 on the Panthers? With so much on the line, though, I understand why he might be just running away.
It's kind of heartbreaking. Mezexis, they needed to have a good game, but now being the last one alive, you're right, he's just running away with the weight of his team on his shoulders at this point, because he knows that he needs to stay alive until late game. But now as a solo, he's just gonna have to do so by being careful, by disengaging, getting as far away from this altercation as possible. And BTOWN actually coming from the southern side, they might go distract the Panthers perfectly from Mezexis. Oh! Looks like he's still trying being aggressive, but he's also going to continue to try and get away as fast as possible.
Try to see if he had an opportunity there. Meanwhile, Nova taking a fight with XSET. Looks like Nova's actually set up kind of a trap, like a rotational trap onto XSET. Nova knows if they want to win this PMPL NA champion, they need to take out XSET first and then win the game. So Nova doesn't want to just set for qualification. They want the trophy, and they are chasing down XSET now on my mini-map screen. BTOWN coming up behind the Panthers. I think between the Panthers and BTOWN, this fight really isn't all too important as far as the final standings goes. And I'm looking at the mini-map. Nova is trying to chase down XSET, but XSET has made quite a distance away, so I don't think we should really have a need to look at that either. And how did that Mezexis player get taken out?
I'm not sure, but clearly spotted out by one of the Panthers members. That's it. Mezexis is out. This just opens the door for a Chosen, Boring Protocol. That's That's so close. I feel so bad. But BTOWN now, you're right. This fight doesn't entirely matter. So they're just going to go ahead and make that push happen. There's so much fighting happening inside of this kill feed. And look at the map. Look at where everybody is, Zute. Everybody's like right on top of each other for our last game here.
This is a huge game now for Boring Protocol, similar to what happened last game, where TC got a huge opportunity because Boring Protocol got taken out early. Now it's Boring Protocol's turn to make a huge play since Mezexis got taken out early. So Mezexis was that team in the top 5, and with Boring Protocol being shoved out by TC, this is a chance to shove themselves back in, and this is the last game, ladies and gentlemen. Boring Protocol, they got a little bit of a blessing with Mezexis being out of the picture. However, it's not said and over and done for them yet.
Not at all. We even get to see a little bit of other fights starting to pop off. Lazarus actually looks to be chasing the Knights just a little bit. Maybe not, kind of pulling back towards Potato Hill, but that could have been an interesting fight if they decided to take it. And the Chosen actually right beside the Knights. The Chosen, at least for me, I know you're keeping an eye on them. They're a team that we need to be watching, being what did you say, like 9 points away between them, Boring Protocol. So they have to be careful, continue to stay inside that compound. You can see like where the switch like flipped for the Chosen. I swear for the first couple of games today, they were so aggressive, just gathering so many points. But right when they realized the position that they had in this last match, they instantly started playing more for safety, more for making sure that they all stay alive into the late game to ensure those points, ensure that they get those safe games and those points. And it's nice to see when teams realize the strategy that they should be taking once they're able to get enough points after being aggressive. Then you come down and just make sure you're consistent.
I think the Chosen are fine, right? Like, the top 5 was so close together during that Miramar match, and then even though they weren't in the top 5, a chicken dinner boosts them up so much. So I'm pretty sure the Chosen are fine, and it just all comes down to Boring Protocol for me still. And the Knights, yeah, they are getting chased down by Lazarus. Lazarus right now, it's a 1-for-1. Lazarus has 1 knocked, Knights have 1 knocked. However, the Knights are pretty split up, so I don't think they're able to really do anything about the knock they got. And so Lazarus could maybe reset this unless a grenade comes through and confirms the finish onto Fears. You see Fears being really hesitant to go inside the building because that's where the nades are flying, but it looks like Lazarus will get that revive. Kaseki on an off angle across the road currently.
Yeah, the rest of the Knights, I mean, they lost 1 player. Chico is down. Them being a 3-man, they have to kind of turn back the tides, get at least 1 knock onto Lazarus if they're going to hope to be able to kind of continue the game, I'm not gonna lie. And even the Knights, we know that they're gonna be safe in terms of being in the top 5, but I really wanted to see how much further they were going to be able to climb, just how much closer were they gonna be able to get to Nova and XSET. But with Lazarus now literally occupying their compounds, I'm not sure if that's going to be possible. We'll have to wait and see now as Lazarus starts being aggressive. They have spotted out where at least one of the Knights members are, and they're going to start making the push happen. Xenox, though, will be able to get a knock onto Purge. That he needed that to happen to be able to hold him off at least for a little bit longer, but neither of his teammates can make the cross to help him out, so it's just onto him.
Yep. He could make some plays, though. Definitely with his movement skills right here. Xenox using the util. Oh, this is a good one. Oh, perfectly timed nade and gets a confirmation at the same time. Xenox, this guy, just a whole different breed when it comes to just pretty much every facet of skill involved within PUBG Mobile. The fight's not done and over yet, though. Kaseki and Joey are still up. Xenox really doing more than his fair share of work in this fight. And we'll see how the rest of the Knights play this out, because it's not just Xenox. Coops is still up, along with Tensa as well.
I will have to go ahead and compliment Xenox just one more time, because I swear every single time Xenox is alone for his team, he is always able to take that fight. He as a solo is so strong. He has such strong game sense that he knows exactly what to do to make sure that he himself stays alive while taking this fight. It does look like Kaseki has a DPS though. I don't know if I want to go ahead and make a push against that. So Xenox, he's really going to have to play this carefully now, as he has a shotgun as a threat to him.
Joey has moved over to help too. So Joey's no longer holding the angle across the road. That does allow the other Knights players to come and help if they should do so. Xenox, though, just pretty much telling the rest of his team, like, yo, I got this. Let me 1v4 this for Instagram. Let me get this clip in. And Molotov, just dodging and weaving everything right now. I think the Knights are doing some support, though. They're providing support fire from behind. But Xenox is definitely just, you know, doing this all on his own.
Oh boy. The Knights, I think they're going to realize soon that they can make this cross. Xenox, though, is so low, he has to heal on up. Lazarus, though, they keep tossing in Molotovs, and that just means that they're not going to be able to make this push happen, right? Joey's prepping one last nade. Oh, but he decided to go downstairs. He's able to do a tiny bit of damage, but finally they're able to catch him out, and unfortunately they get the flush. So the Knights, they're just too strong now. Tenza and Coops versus the world, I guess we'll say. More versus Lazarus, both teams down to a duo. I wonder if Lazarus is going to continue to be aggressive, try and make that cross to continue to push onto the Knights, or if they're just going to exist together for now.
Oh, that engagement answered my question, which was, how much util does it take to take down the movement god himself, Xenox? Apparently, couple of Molotovs, couple of grenades, all into one building, and eventually you'll be able to catch out Xenox. So Xenox doing a great job there the whole entire time. And while we're heading into the next circle shift, Boring Protocol sitting very comfortable in the center of the zone. How many points do they need exactly, though? I mean, we'll find out after this match ends. And how well are they going to do? That's also yet to be determined. And Nova, right next to XSET, I think Nova still wants that first place. So they're still going to be looking for XSET. And that circle shifts right on top of Nova, though. It's perfect for XSET because they don't have to move anywhere. They're just going to chill and maybe just cruise on by for that championship trophy.
And they had to know, right? Nova and XSET, actually both of these teams really love the top of this hill. So they have to know that they're right next to each other. And that's why XSET is going to disengage for now. They're not going to take any chances. Even though this last match, they got even a tiny bit more padding, they're like, nope, we're just going to go on ahead and disperse. Scatter is what XSET just said, ensuring that they're not going to get eliminated too early, because they do. They want to make sure that they're going to get that first place position.
Yeah, also with so little members, or so many teams already eliminated, right? XSET knows that there's more than enough space on the map to play from. They don't need to take that fight with Nova. The Knights right now just finishing up some, you know, just tidying up right now. Polar Ace, you know, not much of a threat for them. They'll just, Coops will just get that two-piece, no problem. Go back for that revive. They'll probably end up taking a 2v2. The Knights will probably pick up those points. XSET still picking up Nox, though, in the kill feed, taking down a member of Vamp in the northeastern side of the zone.
See Lazarus also super spread out, though. Kaseki on the north, Joey on the south. They're just surrounding this fight now. Whoever wins, you have your bets on the Knights. No matter what, whoever wins, Lazarus is going to try and spot them out. It does look like Polaris will in fact go down. Kaseki tried doing the damage. We'll do a tiny bit, kind of tickling the Knights, but nothing else will come of it. Back to a little bit of a stalemate here. Lazarus, though, they really want to hold this.
Boring Protocol got a knock onto a TC player. So that's pretty big. I don't think Boring Protocol only has one elim point so far. So they're currently heavily relying on how much points they will get through placement. And with them being on the edge of zone, it's a decent spot. They'll have a way to play into the next shift. So they got some leeway to work with, but they should be looking, or I bet you they are hoping to put up some more elim points before it gets to the very late game.
At this point, they're definitely just waiting for the blue zone to be much closer before they make the move, just in case whatever's in front of them is dangerous. They're just going to wait as long as possible. The only thing I'm worried about is we can see the dope is right here. The longer they wait, the further the dope is going to be able to make a rotation right in front of them, and then Boring Protocol is going to have an even harder time finding a spot inside of this zone. But they're probably listening to all the fighting, and they're going to be able to take whatever rotation next safely. 19 Esports, BTOWN take a little bit of a scuffle down to the southern side. 19 Esports, they lose one person, but two of them will still be able to stay alive. Let's see if they continue that fight with BTOWN. But what we really want to watch here is now TC, the Chosen. I think they got a knock onto Tenza for the Knights. That means that there's only one Knights member left, and it's going to be Cubes slowly driving up towards the hill that Nova has occupied.
Yeah, Coops can't get that revive. And then Boring Protocol got a knock again onto TC, but I don't think they can confirm any of those points, so TC will get revived. Once again, Joey here, down to a two-man team for the Lazarus side. TC here, first Frost, going for some cheeky snipes, but I don't think he's going to be able to hit any of those. Next zone has shifted. It goes down south, favoring Boring Protocol. So just like how TC got favored those zones and the match that they really needed, Boring Protocol is receiving some of the same blessing. That is huge. But Boring Protocol taking a fight with Dope. Dope runs over one of Boring Protocol. Bop Acer trades it. Spec goes down. Carnage trades once again onto Flash. Carnage gets another knock on Casper. I think it's a 1v2 situation. No, it is a 2v. No, yeah, Menace is the last one up. This is huge for Boring Protocol, but Menace at 1 HP gets it. It all comes down to Carnage, and Menace is going to get a first aid kit off. 1v1 for tournament lives right now.
Oh no, he does toss that nade, but he didn't realize just how low he was. We could see the little numbers pop up. I think he did 44 more damage. He should be at half HP once again, but...
Oh no, oh, this is not good. He knows exactly where Carnage is.
Backwards!
Oh, he missed the shots!
Oh no!
I think he just got up now. Oh, they went prone again. This is cat and mouse. He's literally right there in front of you. Okay, Carnage is going to calm down a little bit. Got the nade prep. He has a teammate that's literally pinging where he is. I don't know what Menace is doing. Menace, there is an enemy crawling right next to you. How do you think that he does not know where your position is? Carnage will be able to get a revive on one. I think Acer will end up bleeding out there. So Boring Protocol will remain as a two-man team with 5 eliminations right now. And they do have that circle right next to them. So they could get some placement points here too, just by, you know, staying quiet and staying alive.
And Carnage, he laid prone at the very end of that fight, tossing those smokes at the perfect time, because you saw those couple of shots from the Chosen be thrown on over there. If those hit, that would have been game over. It does look like the Knights will finally be found out. It's just Cubes left, so he's down. And unfortunately for XSET, they've been so careful trying to ensure they stay alive. They're also being caught out by the Chosen. One of them getting knocked. The rest of them, they're very much stuck. It's just down to one, actually. Just J7. He's going to be out too. Nova is still alive. They're still a 4-man. Nova could potentially jump in front of XSET this game.
Potentially so. If Nova gets this chicken, right, and they, I don't know how, okay, we all know XSET was, you know, had a firm lead. I think at this point with XSET out, Nova needs to play extremely aggressive, like try and wipe the entire lobby right now and get the chicken. Well, they're doing it right now. They get another 2 elimination points. They're looking for the chicken plus more. They get a knock onto TC now. Nova is looking for that first place. They still have a chance at getting the championship trophy, and they are taking down TC. This is another 3 points if they could get it.
They might have to wipe out the entire rest of the lobby and get that chicken dinner to go ahead and get XSET, but they're definitely flying on and trying to make it happen. Unfortunately, that one did not work out. Godji being able to get a knock onto one. Zfan will be there to eliminate the Chosen, though. Unfortunately, Nova lost one. Kindness goes out, but they still have 3 members left alive. And if you take a look at the map, actually, they're super spread apart. They're trying to ensure that they have entire control of the map. It does look like QZ might be stuck between BTOWN and a tree, though, because they were staring him down there.
Nova doing Boring Protocol quite a huge favor too by just eliminating all those other teams. It gives Boring Protocol some free placement up. But we don't know exactly if that's going to be enough. QZ down to 1 HP, taking his own 1v2 pretty much, while the rest of his team 2v2s with Boring Protocol. Sam L, I think...
Wow.
No, Koi is driving right in between the Boring Protocol team, and Koi pulls up, drives right in between Carnage and Samuel, pulls up on the top of the hill, and takes his own 1v2. Shifan, man, wow, just like he's just chilling in the middle, because QZ and Koi are just winning both of their 1v2s. Nova gets the chicken. Is that enough for the championship trophy? Boring Protocol picks up some elims, finishes in the top 2. Is that enough points to put them back up into the top 5 to qualify. So many questions to be answered, Span, and I definitely am not doing the math for any of that.
Oh, for sure not. You're right, there's a lot of questions. Is Nova jumping XSET? Is Boring Pro getting in 5th place? Is Mezexis continuing to hold 5th place? Where's the Chosen? I do not know. You're right. Caster Math can't trust it. I don't even know what happened in that one. All I know is, once again, an explosive end game. And we're just going to have to wait for that overall. But let's take a look at the round report really quickly just to finish off this match. Of course, Koi coming in from Nova with the most eliminations. Actually, we got a nice spread across this board. Yeah. Nobody grabbing more than one. We got Koi, Gachi, Zenex, Drago, and Solo.
Yeah, this is like this is a nice way to end the PMPL NA, getting a nice little cameo hello of all the different players from the different teams, I guess. But yeah, I just want to say though, Mezexis, maybe they should have changed up their drop spot, right? Dropping military base in general is just risky, because leaving military base, you don't have much options, and I think Mezexis should kind of drop the ball there. They maybe should have been a little bit more prepared, but we'll see if they make it or not, because I think we got the scores tallied up. So you guys aren't going to want to miss this, because coming right up will be the analyst desk and the scores to see how the teams did in the PMPL NA Championships.
And here we go, the overall rankings here to wrap up the PMPL Spring 2022 Finals. Oh my goodness, the second page here. You can see right there, 4 bros, nice. And then you got the rest of the teams up here. 7.
I can't. Listen, I'm excited. I'm excited to see that flip. It's going to be Mezexis. Is it going to be Boring Protocol?
We'll find out.
Did Nova get a chance to pass exit? There's just so many questions. Come on, Big Matty. Switch him.
Here we go.
Oh, they made it.
He did it. Boring Protocol.
We gotta give him a chance. Carnage.
The legend himself refused to go down. And we see Boring Protocol and the Knights going to the finals overall. The Chosen hit 3rd place, Nova at 2nd, and XSET are your champions here for the PMPL finals. And not just the champions, by the way, the back-to-back champions right there. 7. XSET have done it.
2-time, baby. 2-time. You said it. They were tactically throwing throughout the whole tournament. They decided to show up here on the finals, and guess what? XSET with the back-to-back championship. And now I'm really excited to see this team perform when we go to PMPL America's Championship, because it's not just Polo G now. We have Janeway. We have the one, the only Kill Switch putting up good performances too. Look at the stats, Glitter, from this team. 1,000 damage average.
This is such an improvement from what we saw at the first half of the season, too. This is the exit we were looking for. We weren't sure if they could do it. Now we've got back-to-back champions in XSET with so many other players making massive appearances. And like you're saying, the average of over 1,000 damage, the average of over 5 elims. I mean, this was a fantastic finals for XSET. And talk about timing. You know, because we've said that a few times now, they turned it on when they needed to, and look what happens. Not only are they back-to-back, but now we get to see them in Americas too.
Yes.
Yeah, we do.
That's the big thing. That's the big thing. I mean, I really am liking these 5 teams that are going to be going on in to Americas to represent North America. I mean, at the end of the day, this PMPL is a massive tournament. But when you look at the bigger picture, it is a stepping stone to those future tournaments. So it's up to these guys to really put in that homework, because yeah, this was an intense lobby, but it's only going to get bigger and better here as we go on. And let's go ahead and take a look here at the teams that are going to be competing in America's Championships. And look at this. All the slots have been filled. These are all the squads we're going to see in the next tournament here, Glitter.
I'm not mad about it. I am happy with this lineup. I'm excited to see what our 5 teams from NA can do now up against the Brazilian and Latin American teams. I think that Americas is going to be a headbanger. There, like you said before, Jukes, there's so many recognizable squads that we've obviously gotten to talk about in previous Americas or even just previous seasons going even farther back into PMPL. So this should be entertaining. I mean, I know we kept saying you guys didn't want to miss this finals. You definitely don't want to miss Americas.
You don't even want to think about it. You guys better be making sure that you're following all the socials, using the hashtags, and keep it up to date because this next tournament is going to get intense. And I'll tell you what, there's one player that shined above all here in the PMPL finals. Our MVP and $1,000 winner. Seven, can I get a prediction? Who is it?
Kill Switch.
Kill Switch is Gunner?
Ooh, Coops?
Coops? Who is it going to be? Put it in the chat right now. Click, 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 click. Because we're about to find out. We're about to find out.
Close, though.
In 3,
2.
2.
The suspense is killing me.
1.5.
Suspense is killing me.
1. And it's Coops, baby.
Woo!
Wow.
Let's go. 34.
This is just from today.
Elims, 7. Wow.
This is just from today, Glitter?
Yeah.
What?
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 Hey, honestly, I can't believe it too because Knights performed really well today in comparison to what they did the past 2 days. And Coops himself, I mean, we saw what he was able to do. 7,100 damage, 34 ilms, 19. Like, this is what we like to see. And when you guys were talking about those teams that are going to be in the PMPL Americas Championship, all I could think of is Coops is going to Americas.
Yes.
Coops is gonna get a chance to go up against Carrillo once again. Coops is gonna get a chance to get that Americas MVP again. And boy, am I excited because right now we have some amazing talent in NA, and I hope this continues. I really, really hope this continues, Hot Jukes.
I hope so too, and I'll tell you what, you know Coops, I can't wait to see him perform there once again, and I know for a fact he's going to be checking every single bush in Americas, right? Because he can't let us down. I know that we're going to be able to get it done again. I am Hot Jukes. Thank you everybody for watching here at the PUBG Mobile. Oh my gosh, I am just so, I don't even know what else to say. I don't know what else to say. This is just so intense. 7, Glitter, any final thoughts?
With me, I mean, thank you to everybody that tuned in. Hopefully you guys had as much fun as we did. And a huge shout out to everybody at ESL for putting on this show, making it an amazing, and I mean amazing, amazing season. And I cannot wait to see what Americas is going to bring for us, Glitter, because if it's anything like what we just saw here in NA, it's going to be wild.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be a fantastic show. Obviously, we got to shout out all of our players for putting on a fantastic show for us in the season, because otherwise we would have nothing cool to talk about if it weren't for them. I mean, Coops alone puts up more damage than a lot of squads do, so we always have something to talk about with the teams here. You guys are fantastic. Working with you two has been an absolute pleasure. And thank you guys to chat for hanging out with us.
100%. And of course, a big thank you to all the other teams that participated that didn't make it here. Hopefully we can see them grow and get better in the next season. Thank you guys so much for watching. I'm Hot Jukes here with the 7 Worlds Gaming and Glitter Explosion. We will see ya in Americas.